started in a couple of minutes while everybody's jumping on. But dude, I've been watching. Wait, Jeff, have you been watching London's videos on normal and then crazy?
I've been actually watching London. I watch you more on Instagram, actually.
What? Yeah, dude, I only post about maybe 2 out of 10 on my IG. But I just have not been focusing on Instagram lately.
That's because TikTok is so rewarding, dude.
Yeah, it's hard, dude. But I'll throw up my good.
He'll throw up some shitty crap for you, Jeff. Don't worry.
I figured.
Oh, Jeff's watching.
It's the best of the best. I know how this works, man.
True.
All right,
I was gonna ask you, where were you skiing at recently, or was that even recent?
Yeah, that was yesterday. I'm actually going up right after this. Just Park City.
Nice.
About 40 minutes from the resort.
How do you like that? How do you like that bike?
Dude, that was my first time on it, and it was amazing. That's why I'm itching to get back up and ride it. Yeah.
Was it easy?
Yeah, it took me about 2 runs to really get down. You know, they'll teach you to stop. That's the first thing. Once you do that, it's literally the funnest I've had. I've been snowboarding my whole life, but I've kind of hit the skill cap, you know. Sure, there's nothing else I can do unless I want to hurt myself. So it was fun.
That's awesome. Yeah, we own a place in Breckenridge, and I was watching them last time I was there, and I think I'm going to rent one next time I'm there.
You absolutely have to. It'll be the funnest time you have up there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm an average skier at best.
Good.
So.
Then you're going to love this.
Yeah. That's what I was hoping for.
All right,
you ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
All right, let's go. Jeff, you're up to bat.
I'm up to bat. Okay. All right. Well, this is fun. And we're actually starting on time, which is, if anybody knows Tristan, that's almost impossible.
Miracle.
The only reason I think we're starting on time is because London is here. So that's a testament to you, London.
I am always punctual. I might have a bad personality, but I'm punctual.
That's good. Watch out, Jeff. He's pissed off at you today.
I appreciate that. Well, listen, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Welcome to Social Genius number 2. This is the second one. The last one we did was back in August. You can actually go check that out on our YouTube channel. And London is the only carryover to this event. And there's kind of a reason why. Yes, sexiness played into that slightly, but mainly because this event is all about TikTok. And so today we are going to be interviewing some people that are doing some amazing things on all different levels. And some of them we know really well, some we don't know at all. And so it's going to be fun for us as well to kind of go down this rabbit hole and help all of you that are watching today, that are watching the recording, to take your business, and whether you're doing it already and do it better, or start doing it on TikTok. We've got 4 hours straight. We're going to be talking. We're going to be doing these interviews. Wow. We're going to be sprinkling in and talking about our sponsors. And we're also going to be talking about a live event that we're going to be doing in May that hopefully London will be joining us for. So pay attention to all of these details. Tristan, let's do this, man. This is going to be fun. Man. I have my pea cup ready just in case.
Your pea cup. Pass it around, like London said. Pass it around. All right, everybody. Let us know what city and state you're from, what country you're from. I know we're all over. And we're blessed again to have London. I don't even know how many times we've talked to him, but
it's been too many times, dude. I
think this might be the last
I can handle of you, Tristan.
Oh, there we go. They're coming in. All right. So let's get started, man. The first time we interviewed you, you were sub 4 million, I think.
Yeah.
Right. And
yeah, somewhere around there.
And you were picking up steam fast, but damn, dude, you're heading to 9 million now in TikTok. Yeah. How has that happened in less than a year? That's almost double.
Can I answer this question real fast for everyone here? Tristan,
please.
Go ahead.
Sure, Mini London, go.
Pat yourself on the back. It's ever since Social Genius 1, he's exploded.
That's right.
I'm just saying.
It's the shout outs here. That's what you got.
Oh, that's right. That's hilarious.
I mean, dude, I think it's all about rhythm, right? And the funny thing is there's no rhyme or rhythm to like TikTok success really, other than those who are consistent and actually care about pumping out content. I think those are the people that win. And I turned it up a notch in the last quarter of last year. I was just like, I got to finish this year strong. I was about, 6 million. I was at 6 million in October. And I was like, I'm going back to my old ways, 2 to 3 posts a day. Right. Cause I was doing about 1. And yeah, I know Tristan's been on that grind as well. It's tough, but if you can do it, it's very rewarding. And dude, December, I did 1.5 million followers in 30 days.
Oh, damn.
I caught a little stroke of, rhythm, and I don't know what happened. I think I did 200 million views in December.
So the very first question that comes after that all the time, because Jeff and I hear this, is, well, what's the ROI, right? What's the ROI?
Right.
What's the money? So tell us where you're at now versus where you were then, because now it's completely different.
Yeah.
Not exact numbers, but opportunities that are popping up.
For sure. I think that is the best word, is TikTok is opportunity. I think those are synonyms for sure. And it's because there's so many different ways to monetize. Now, if you're going into TikTok thinking, oh, I'm going to join the creator fund and I'm going to get rich, I'm going to make sure I go viral, stop there. The creator fund is not anything crazy. Like, for example, I can speak to the exact number here, but it's like I did 600 million views in 2021 and only made like $20,000 or something like that from the creator fund. Now, $20,000 extra is awesome, but you're talking about over 500 million views.
Dude, yes.
So I think the real monetization is finding brands that you can help market, because brands are like, what am I supposed to do on TikTok, right? They're looking for experts in the space right now. And if you have a big enough following or a big enough presence, they are going to go to you first. It's insane the amount of brands that come to me saying, hey, and these are $1 billion brands sometimes. You're talking about Hulu, you're talking about Cheesecake Factory, you're talking about Disney, and they're like, we don't know what we're doing. Can you help us out a little bit? So I think that's where the big bags are on TikTok for sure, is with brands. But then, I mean, if you're a small business, let's take it on the small side. If you're a small business, you don't have much of a marketing budget, you have to be thinking TikTok, because it is the first time where you can make content for free, post it for free, and get millions of views for free. If you want 1 million views on Instagram, what are you going to have to spend? 10 grand, 50 grand to get 1 million impressions? I don't even know the rates anymore, but you can do that for free on TikTok as long as you're pumping out enough content.
Just in case you're wondering, eat your heart out.
Yeah, $100, dude. You're crushing it. But it is good. Like, I think that is rewarding for some, just, hey, I'll make money just by posting. But yeah, you have to be looking at it from, I'm going to build a following, build an audience, build a fan base, and then show them my favorite products. That was kind of always my goal in the back of my head.
Well, so I'm going to ask you something that you mentioned. You said, it's interesting, the $1 billion companies, Disney, who is like, they got it figured out, right? They are the business of all businesses to follow. They don't know what they're doing. And so I want to say that to everybody listening here, like, this is the whole point of us doing this kind of stuff, right? You need to learn. Don't go into this and just give up, right? The biggest companies in the world don't know what they're doing. So let me applaud you. If you're here today and you're listening to this and you're going to really re-listen to this, like, that you got to start somewhere. And London just said it. And maybe we should talk about that a little bit. So when somebody comes to you and says, we don't know what we're doing, what's your first piece of advice?
Can I first start by saying I did a LinkedIn poll yesterday. I said, what's stopping you from your dreams? And, over 50% of people said they don't know where to start. And I think that's where a lot of people come to me. Hey, dude, saw you on TikTok. I've got so many ideas, dude. I don't know where to start. And that to me is perfect. If you are saying, I've got so many ideas, I want to be a chef, I want to be a dancer, I want to be a singer, I want to be a comedian, I want to be a gardener, I want to be a janitor, whatever it is, you have to blast it all out there. And the unfortunate thing is that TikTok will decide who you are in the beginning, right? You'll always figure out who you're going to be, but TikTok decides in the beginning. So yeah, if you've got a few ideas, shoot all of them. If you don't know where to start, shoot everything that your mind is thinking in regards to posting, because you're going to figure out, one, what works for you, and two, what works for the algorithm, right? So stop asking yourself, where do I start? And just film everything that your head that's been kind of holding that mental real estate, and then let it just kind of let it flow, right? And so that's what I did to me. I mean, you think I want to go down in history as the kid who looks like Home Alone? No. But did it do a couple 100 million views last year, that joke? Yes. Right. And so I've kind of, recently this is perfect to talk about, because I'm kind of in this state where I'm done with like the Home Alone joke per se on TikTok, and I'm moving in I'm testing again. You might have noticed I really started doing this like pseudo educational stuff where I'm teaching you how to eat a burrito, a hot dog, sit down in chairs, go upstairs.
Which is the best.
Whatever it is. And that to me is a test. Now my views are down because of this, but to me, I'm all about testing. I'm like, how do I find my next viral trend so that I do another 8 million followers this year, right? It's kind of like you've exhausted your other jokes. It's time to shed some skin and move forward. So that's currently where I'm at.
How do you decide what it is that you're going to test out? Because a lot of people are in the same spot. It's like, well, now what do I do? Like, right. I only had 2 ideas.
Right.
So how do you do it?
It takes a lot of, it's a lot of mental warfare, just like fighting through again, mud. Cause just like the chat right now, I am in your shoes, kind of, I don't know where to start. Right. So now I just need to shoot everything that my mind's thinking of. And I had this idea. Oh, 5 ways to eat pizza. Let's do that. Okay. What else could I do? Oh, 5 ways to eat a burrito. Oh, what else could I do? Oh, and and I just let that flow. Like I just let that take it where it was going to go. And for a while there, every video was getting 1 million views. Like every single one of those like pseudo educational was getting 1 million views. So I'm like, okay, now I have another bucket of content. And, now I'm already starting to think like tomorrow I've got my TikTok shoot day. I need to go back to like my tried and true Tesla stuff. I haven't touched on that for a while. So I'm going to go try out some more Tesla content. Right. So I'm kind of like, I just analyze my profile. And if you don't have a profile or you don't have much content to analyze like your thoughts and like, oh, I just want to shoot cooking videos. Oh, I just want to shoot cooking videos. Oh, I want to shoot recipe videos. Shoot some recipe videos. Like there is no harm in testing. There's no harm in testing. You never know what's going to go viral.
It's true. There's a great question, and I want to address it because I don't think we've seen this before. Gigi, great question. How do you manage burnout when it comes to constantly creating?
Yep. So Gigi, dear friend of mine, amazing creator. But yes, burnout, you will face more burnout the less structure you have. Okay. So the first thing that happens to a new creator on TikTok is they go, okay, London Lazerson told me I've got to post 3 times a day for a whole month. Okay. And they go start filming 3 videos a day for a week, right? You can do that for a week. You get home from work, you're like, okay, 3 videos. That will not last whatsoever. You've got to structure it. So for me, my shoot days are Tuesdays and Wednesdays only. No matter how much I shoot, no matter what I get done, my mental, like my mentality is so much healthier because on Sunday I go, okay, I know I'm shooting Tuesday and that is it. Then Wednesday through Friday, I can do my business development stuff. So Gigi, you already know this. I already told you this, but you got to structure it out. You got to make sure you're getting all your content done for the week in one day, if possible. If not 2 days, I think you'd be able to do all of your TikTok content. It's not that difficult. So when you're starting to feel burnout, go through like your schedule, go through like your processes and start structuring them even more. Because if you can prepare your mind a week before you shoot, you're not, or a week before you perform, I think you'll have less burnout. So it's all about structure.
Say that quote again that you said in the beginning about the structure. But what was that quote? Say
yeah,
that
I think the more burnout means the less, the the more
no
burnout,
pressure.
Yeah.
London, where were you at on January 2nd, 1995?
No, I do want to hammer that quote because it came from this brain of mine. But yeah, it was like, the more burnout, the less structure, right? The more structure, the less burnout. There you have it. That's all you're going to get, Jeff. I'm sorry.
It's good enough. I'll make something of that. And I'll tag you when I tweet that.
And then tweet it. That's when I'll get my next 1 million followers. I know. That's what I need.
Amen. I wish I could just get them to follow me. Shit.
No. All right, London, since you're creating on Tuesdays and I think you said Wednesdays or Thursdays?
Yeah,
yeah. Are you then scheduling the posts or do you just leave them in drafts? Well, how does this work?
Yeah. So TikTok is kind of my baby. Now I've got 2 employees. I've got a producer and an assistant. So my assistant handles YouTube Shorts, Snapchat Spotlight, and then I handle Instagram and TikTok. And yeah, just all drafts. So the day after I still edit all of my content. I got to delegate that at some point. I haven't figured it out. Give me a break. I still edit all my content and then just save it in drafts. I get that done in one day. That's the hardest day for me, is like sitting down, grinding out the edits, but they're short videos. So, and then I just, put them in the drafts.
I like that, man. And look, I think on the creation side where you're editing, I think it's important that you have your hand in that because it
needs
gives
to be you.
Yeah. I don't know that I would ever delegate that part specifically.
Yeah.
Maybe as you create a shit ton more content. Yes. Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
but
right.
I see what you're saying. Jeff, are you okay if we go to some questions?
Yeah. There's a lot of them.
Perfect. So yes. Yeah. There's a ton of questions. So,
well, and I want to say while you're looking at those, Tristan, real quick too, is when it comes to what you just said, Tristan, which is, you can't delegate all of this. Right. There's a certain extent where if you delegate too much, you lose authenticity. Totally. And authenticity is so critical on social. So there's got to be at least some pieces of any social strategy, not just TikTok, that you have to stay invested in.
Totally.
But you just have to find ways to make it efficient for yourself. So you're not killing yourself. So you're not burning out, et cetera. But don't lose sight of that. Like if you delegate your entire social strategy, you will not have success. Right. That I can confidently say.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. I see so many like business people who have the funds to delegate all of it and just nothing ever takes off, right? Because they've built a successful business because they built it. I've built a successful TikTok because I built it, right? I really like that, Jeff.
That's true, man. London, what's your tag or your name on TikTok?
London Laz. Yep, everywhere at London Laz, L-A-Z.
Perfect. Somebody asked for that. All right.
Yep.
Here, let's go to the questions. Do you have a video editor that you recommend? I don't know.
Yeah. Of course. When you get into like the batch creation, so like creating all of your content in one day, you have to be editing on your computer. It's just, it's touching the fingers on the phone. That is a nightmare when you have to edit 14 TikToks, right? So I use Final Cut, but obviously Adobe Premiere, iMovie, whatever it is, I literally airdrop all of my content that we shot that day to my computer, edit it all on my computer. It's a much simpler process. Then I airdrop all of my edits back to my phone, save them in drafts, add captions, add the whole 9 yards. So you're going to get burnt out if you're editing 21 videos a week in TikTok. It's just not set up for that. It's set up to help people who have no editing experience, but I would definitely pull up YouTube, download whatever apps there are, and do it off your phone. I just could not do it on my phone.
It's funny you say that. I actually prefer editing on my phone.
Good.
And I will say this too, for that question, Tristan, and this answers a couple other questions. One of our sponsors is Business Video School.
Cool.
They teach this stuff, right? So they teach how to edit on a desktop through Filmora. Obviously, Final Cut is more advanced, but they also teach how to edit on a cell phone through Viva Video. Those are our favorite apps. So Filmora on a desktop, Viva Video is our favorite telephone app. But listen, if you need to learn how to do this stuff, that's what the Business Video School was created for. Yep. So little plug to them, because that you do need to have those skills, London. And since we're on that topic, you just said it, like you are doing that. I'm the same way. I like to have some editing touches to all of my videos. Do you recommend, so somebody's starting out, they have zero editing, skills whatsoever. What do you tell them? Because you can also outsource to a VA, which Tristan can speak to.
For sure.
But what do you think there? I mean,
if
is it necessary?
It's not necessary. That's why TikTok is so good, because any person can edit and upload a video. If you are just starting, you literally have no knowledge of shooting or editing or making content, just do it inside of TikTok. It streamlines the process. And once you get good at it and you're like itching to like put a little more into your videos, for sure, start taking classes from this video class or whatever it is to like take your skills to the next level. But if you're just starting, just do it in the app for sure.
All right. Question. Marissa's got a good question. I'm a real estate agent.
Cool.
And I want to start making videos to get my name out there more. Would you recommend making a separate TikTok account just for real estate, or just starting mixing in my personal one that I already have?
No, yeah. I get this question so much. Oh, I've got this business. I've got, this real estate. This is a perfect question. No, you want it to be you. People are not following brands. Let's look at what Elon's done for Tesla. And let's look at the follower difference in just their profiles. 40 million people are following Elon on Twitter, right? I'd be curious how much follow Tesla, probably 1 million. And it's because people want that personality. They want more than just your real estate, Marissa. They want a little bit of you. And like, I just bought a house, right? And I loved my real estate agent because I know him, I know him. And I think you mixing your real estate business in with your personal channel is the perfect way to market your business, right? Because my business is blowing up brands on TikTok. And I would never in a million years start another profile that's like London Laz blows up businesses. They want me. It's because they want me. And just like you, Marissa, they want you to sell their home. They want you to go through you to buy a house. So I would mix the two.
So you blow up businesses on TikTok. How do people get a hold of you if they want to hire you?
Right. I mean, they'll DM me. Yeah. Just message me on Instagram. They'll find my email. I've got links in my bios to all that stuff. So.
And do people follow? Oh yeah. Here, Elon, 71 million followers, Tesla, 12 million. Massive.
There we go. Massive difference.
Well, you know what? That's a great point that you bring up too. Look at the biggest brands nowadays. It's becoming less about the brand and more about like the founder or the president.
CEO. Yeah.
It's like EXP in real estate. I mean, Glenn does a fantastic job with his personal brand, which is what has helped EXP grow. Tesla, it's brand. Elon. Yeah. I mean, there's countless, Gary Vaynerchuk's a great example. He's got all these businesses, but it's all about Gary V, right?
Yeah.
And we could go on and on and on about that. But as a real estate agent, it's all about you. Right. And so, and by the way, in my opinion, and I don't know, London, if you agree with this, but the same advice you gave also applies to Instagram.
Yep. Oh yeah.
One account, merge them together.
Yep.
I like that. All right. Bill's got a simple question. Do you record on the TikTok app, or you could record outside of the app and then upload it?
I always record outside for my like scripted stuff. If I'm doing a TikTok trend, which I rarely do, but if I'm doing it, oh yeah, I just record it in the app, right? Because you have the sound, you can lip sync, whatever you need to do. But I would say 98% of the time I'm just recording on my iPhone, saving those clips, whatever. But yeah.
All right.
You can do both ways. Yeah.
So how are you reaching out now to brands? Are they reaching out to you? What's the combination of that? Because I know it's changed over the years since we've been talking.
Yeah, I would say it's about 50-50 of my brand. If I took my last 10 brand deals, I would say 5 were cold calls and the other 5 were inbound. And yeah, that's a big part of my strategy is, it's crazy how many cold DMs and cold calls I actually convert into a business deal.
That's nuts, dude.
Yeah. For example, I cold DM'd the marketing manager of Hulu. And I just landed a big activation with them. So I would say once you're ready to start helping market, you have to be willing to cold DM people. But yeah, I guess to answer your question, it's about 50-50 cold and warm.
All right. Do you typically shoot a video that has to do with that brand? And then when it does well, you're like, yo, here it is. And then you're like, you want to use me? Or how does that work? Just so I know.
Yeah, no, I'm to the point in my career where no, it's all upfront. It's, it's upfront payment. I won't do anything for free, but the only reason I am able to close deals is because I've built so many case studies. And in the beginning, I was DMing 50 brands a week, trying to get free product to prove to myself and to prove to future brands that I can make your brand go viral. So in the beginning, send me your shoes for free. Send me your laptop for free. Send me your gaming chair for free. I'm going to make a viral video, try to make a viral video. So that way I say to the next brand, hey, I'm sorry, I charged for this. I just got this gaming chair, 5 million views. I charged for that. And now they can see the proof is in the pudding. They can go, oh yeah, this dude got 5 million views for this other brand. We've got to pay him. So now I'm to the point where I have so many case studies for every industry that I'm usually able to secure a bag.
Dude, you need like one person who's doing your research now. I'm digging this.
Right.
Jeff, this is like real estate where like somebody starts off, then they take a pay cut on the commission.
Yeah.
And then they use that after they sell it as proof to get full commission. Interesting.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. Same thing.
It's a bigger picture mindset.
Yeah. I was in it, I was in it for like the $10,000 deals, the $100,000 deals that I knew, like, in order to get somebody to hand you $10,000 to make a video, you have to have proof that what you are selling has worked. And when I'm selling like visibility, you can go on my page. I've got brand deals where I've got 10 million views for a brand,
Dude, I've seen those. It's insane.
It's like, now you can't tell me that what I do doesn't work. I have too much proof, right?
Next stage is going to be somebody's going to come in and say, you want to partner with us on this product that we're launching?
Yeah. Oh, no, I already get those offers for sure. I haven't found one that fits, but yeah, those definitely.
Jeff's got an idea. It's this little pea cup where you pass it around.
I'm in. I've used it. I'm in.
He's only here for 30 or 45 minutes, so I don't feel sorry for London. And then he's going out to ski, so whatever. There's a question from Patrick about structuring and planning a shoot day, and I've heard this before too. Yeah. Whereas if you structure and you plan this, then when you get to that day, you kind of lack the passion that you had that was going on in your head when you came up with the idea.
For sure. And Patrick, I think that's just like a mental switch. You have to switch on that passion, and like, you have to become an actor. The second the camera's on, you have to take on that character you are trying to portray, whether it's a real estate agent, whether it's a chef, whether it's a dumbass TikToker like myself. You have to be able to portray it. So I think keep worrying about structuring your post. That's what's going to take you to the next level. But and there are days where I literally do not want to shoot and I will cancel my shoot. And I think that's okay and brave to do. I think that's okay as well. Like, you don't have to do this stuff on the day you planned. I think just, Patrick, it's important to get in that state of flow, right? It's important that you are in that state of flow where you can like perform at the highest level.
I love that. And there's a couple of questions I want to get to, Tristan. So one is several people have asked, like, I don't know how to use TikTok. Where's the best place to learn? I'm going to share a QR code when we're done here, where Business Video School actually has some trainings that you can have access to. It's free. There's other places you can obviously go hire people like London to do it for you, but I'm going to share that. So I just wanted to let you guys know that. But yep. McKinley just had a question that I love that I want to hear your answer to, which is, do you think TikTok is experiencing a temporary high, or will it remain such a popular, lucrative platform for the next few years or in perpetuity?
That's a great question. And clearly I'm biased. It is my business. It's my living, but I think TikTok is doing most things right. I think if they can tweak a little bit of like how they pay their creators, how they get marketing dollars, then they will take over social media. But until like people are spending as much as they're spending on YouTube, it'll still be kind of the, the B B team. But no, it's definitely growing. It was the most downloaded app, of the year. It was the most visited website of the year. So I think those stats are very, good to predict that it can only keep going, right? In good fashion. But here's a stat that might change your whole perspective on this. So there's like 1.5 billion people on the app now or something. I'm not sure. Only 8% of those are actually uploading videos. So there is a tiny demographic of people who are actually uploading versus the amount of people are consuming. So if you can get just 10% ahead of that curve, you are quite literally one of the biggest TikTokers on the app. Just to put it in perspective, so I have 8.5 million followers. I teeter between, top 1,000 and top 1,200.
Mm-hmm.
So quite literally, I am one of the biggest TikTokers on the face of the planet. In order to do that on YouTube, you have to have 50 million subs, which is very unrealistic. In order to do that on Instagram, you have to have 100 million followers, which is very unrealistic. So for TikTok, you can have 1 million followers and be one of the biggest creators on the platform. And I think that is what's so special, is that the amount of people who consume TikTok is so much bigger than the amount of people who are posting TikToks.
One word: opportunity.
Bing bong.
Well, that brings us up to 10:30, dude.
Tristan, what's your opinion on, I know it, but tell the audience, like, what's your opinion on TikTok?
Well, I think the
future of it.
I think it was the second time we interviewed London. He said, he went back to his story about posting 3 videos a day. And that really stuck with me so much that we tested it out in September.
Yeah.
And then it was hard, but then we waited 3 months and we're like, you know what? Let's just do it this whole year. Yeah. So then that's what you're witnessing, London. I think the opportunity is in TikTok, but I do what you do, which is, well, the ones that do well, then I'm posting them to Instagram, YouTube Shorts, LinkedIn, and Facebook Reels, even though they're only 30 seconds right now, Facebook Reels.
Right.
So I think there's an opportunity in shooting short video. Definitely. And then throwing it out everywhere.
Definitely. And I mean, sometimes I get shit on, oh, it's just TikTok. It's just TikTok. I'm like, it's just the hottest app on the face of planet Earth. Why not post? And if it goes down, it goes down. If it's not popular in 2 years, it's not popular in 2 years. But the point is, right now, it is the hottest place to be.
Yeah.
And you have to be there right now. If you're playing the long game, hopefully you can develop enough of a fan base to like move elsewhere if needed. But right now it's the hottest thing. And so that's why I'm trying to take advantage of it right now. I'm not trying to live in the future where, TikTok, isn't popular in 5 years. I'm not even living there. I'm here today, and TikTok is the most popular thing on the face of the earth today. So.
There's one other perspective too, which is TikTok has changed the way everyone markets. And so it's stop being so hyper-focused on the app and where it's going to be, but what the app represents and what it is now created, which is, you see it on TV now. Commercials look like TikToks. That's powerful. Like, that's what you should be paying attention to. How do I create content? It doesn't matter if it's educational or entertainment or whatever you want it to be. Figure it out and follow that, because that's what's important. In my opinion, TikTok is here for good. Yeah, it's here for the long haul, for as long as we can see into the future, right? But pay attention to what's happening on the app, because that's what you should be emulating in your business. And oh, by the way, create in TikTok and then share it. That's like a content creator. Now you can share it over to Instagram and Facebook and YouTube and LinkedIn and everywhere. And
they want to, like, everybody wants to consume TikTok, and it unfortunately, it doesn't matter where they're consuming it, because it just bleeds everywhere, right? Like, all of Instagram is just refurbished TikToks, And so I think that speaks levels to what TikTok has done to change culture.
Agreed.
What do you say to the TikTok watermark on your videos that you're posting to the other apps. That's a very, controversial topic.
If you can do away with it, I would do away with it. One, I just think it looks cleaner without. I want my videos to look clean, obviously. But again, don't look into it. It's all about the content. Some of the most viral reels have the TikTok watermark, and they're like, oh, you're not supposed to post a watermark. It won't go viral. And I'm like, then why does it have 15 million likes?
That's right.
Like, stop reading into all this like hoopla and bullshit and just make a video. Just make a TikTok and you're going to be okay.
Amen. Christina just said it. You are 100%. Just get your shit out there. I love that. I love that. Hey, you know what, Tristan? We're going to have a lot of questions throughout the course of this day. We're not going to be able to get to. We're not going to be able to answer. So here's an idea that I just thought of. If you got a question that you really want to get answered, DM us to Drunk on Social. Put it in our personal DM to the page. And in is on the back end, she will make sure that we address every single question. So if you've got one that doesn't get addressed, go DM us and we will make sure, because it's going to be impossible to respond to everybody today.
In London,
for sure.
We'll invite you over to our event in May in Santa Barbara.
I'm there.
So
I'm there.
We'll put up the link so everyone can show up, buddy.
Yeah, let's mention it. We'll mention all this stuff throughout the course of the day. But first of all, London, we'll let you get going because you've got more important things to do today.
Yeah, this was like the smallest thing I've ever done. Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me, guys. But dude, I love you guys. I love what you guys are about. And this is a side of me that I get a tickle every so often, is like actually being inspirational, not just an idiot on social. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you.
We love you, bro.
Likewise. Hey guys, go follow London Laz on TikTok.
Hit me up on LinkedIn. Hit me up on LinkedIn.
Oh,
that's where we can share.
Yeah, there you go.
Sure. Yeah. Just London Lazerson, guys. All right, boys. Well, take care.
Thanks,
Austin, good luck. These guys are assholes, but I think you'll do great.
Especially Jeff.
Especially Jeff. Later, guys. Love you all. Bye.
See you, man. All right. So before we get to Austin, I did want to mention that we do have that live event that we're going to be announcing. You're going to see more about it. But here's the deal. Mark your calendar. This is going to be an intimate and private mastermind.
That sounded bad. Intimate and private.
We use the word sexy a lot. It just goes with what we talk about. It's just the way it is. Deal with it. But it will be just that, because we're going to be capping it to a certain number of people. And it's going to be May 21st. 21st. There's 2 days. Friday and Saturday.
Says, especially Jeff. You see, he agrees.
Thank you, Dave. And he's right. He knows me. I appreciate that. But it's going to be in Santa Barbara, right? There is going to be a cost, because this one's going to cost us a lot of money to put on. But we're going to have people like London. I think D-Rock's going to be there. We're going to have some of our good friends, the Ken Pozeks of the world, the Brad McCallums. I'm sure some of our sponsors are going to be there. I mean, this is going to be a room full of brilliance and a lot of success when it comes to social.
It's not a big room either, so.
It's going to be a very small room. So just keep an eye out for that. We'll give you more details. I want to share this because I promised it. I want to talk about our sponsors here real quick. But first things first, because I mentioned it, I'm going to share. Give me sharing options, Tristan.
You're your host.
All right.
I made you host.
All right. Well, then let me do this here. I'm going to share a QR code that you guys can grab. So I'm going to put this up here for just a second, and you guys can get this. We'll share this throughout the day, but the Business Video School has put on a free TikTok video checklist. So if you're really new to TikTok and you need help, what should you do when planning, filming, editing, posting? Here you go. And if you guys don't know the video school, if you don't know Michael Glazer, I mean, that dude is going to blow your mind and what he teaches you to do. So grab this. You won't regret it. Go follow them on Facebook. Go follow them everywhere that they are. They're on TikTok too. Nick and Vanessa do a spectacular job of running that school. Tristan and I love being a part of it. So go grab that. And then also, Tristan, I wanted to talk real quickly about, I noticed Tonya and Leslie, they're in the chat with BrandFace. And we talked a lot about branding right there. And I think, and maybe we'll start Austin off with this question, because it's kind of an off the wall question. We don't talk about branding enough. We don't talk about building a brand. Everybody just jumps from, I have to start marketing, so I'm going to start creating content. But you forgot that you have to have a brand. You have to identify your brand first. Tonya said it. People follow people, not logos. And so we're going to talk more about BrandFace as we go throughout the day. But Tristan, what is your take on just the whole concept of an individual? Let's just use an entrepreneur, a real estate agent, somebody who owns their own business, starting with building a brand first.
Well, I think that's where it starts, man. Look at what London said. And then we compared Elon Musk's personal account with Tesla, 71 million to 12 million. It's no comparison. I think you are in this point, you are the brand, and you have to be careful what you put out there and how you're perceived. We just need to do a better job of delivering consistent value. Now, that's why I love Austin. And of course, that's why I love BrandFace. So put a link up there for that as well.
Yeah, go check out brandfacestar.com. We're going to mention this stuff throughout the day, and we're going to talk more about them. They've actually 2 websites that I will tell you right now, brandfacestar.com as well as discussmybrand.com, where you can schedule a call. Tonya and Michael are brilliant. It's a completely different perspective. You should absolutely check it out. I thought I had a really well-defined brand, and boy, did they correct me, and not in a bad way. It was eye-opening, and I learned a ton when I've had conversations, and we're fortunate to have them in our lives now because it just helps us refine our brands.
I agree, man. I agree. All right, you ready?
Let's go on to the next one. Absolutely.
Austin, welcome to the show, buddy.
Tristan, Jeff, hello. How are you guys? How's everybody doing?
Good, man. I love the background. Get TikTok famous fast.
I wish I wrote this book. It's more of a prop, but there's some fun stuff in there. Shout out to the author on there, Will Eagle. I don't know. I have no idea who that is, but I saw the book in a shop and I had to get it.
All right. For those of you wondering who Austin is, follow him on all the channels. SocialT Pro. We'll put it up as well. He's got an amazing following on TikTok. Actually, I must share your TikToks with Jeff and friends probably the most off of any channel because they're so useful. I'm like, guys, did you know this? Guys, did you know that? Oh, favorite this one. I'm actually to the point where I'm tired of you producing so much damn good content, bro. Slow down.
If only I had as many followers as London.
You'll get there.
Well, let's start with Austin. So when they're finding you, because let's just start there, because I think as people are listening and watching today, they kind of want to go stalk on the side. Sure. So tell our audience where the best place to follow you on TikTok is.
Yeah, if you just search for @SocialT Pro, you'll find me on there. That's going to be the best way to connect with me. If you want to send me a personal message or something, you could send me on Instagram. That's the best place for me. Same thing, @SocialT Pro, across the internet. You'll find me everywhere.
I love that. And let's talk about what you've been able to do there. So actually, you know what, why don't you, because I don't know that maybe all of our audience knows who you are. I've clearly through the chat, a lot of people do. But first of all, what is it that you do? Number one, for business. And then 2, let's talk about your strategy on TikTok, because your strategy is kind of like edutainment. It's very educational. It's why people are sharing your stuff and following you, because you're constantly giving us, check this out. You should see this. This one's going to blow your mind. So talk about first what you do, and then kind of your content strategy as it relates to that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I own a digital marketing agency. We started really as an SEO agency and did some video stuff, YouTube, some Instagram stuff and whatnot. And when I had first jumped on to TikTok almost 3 years ago now, I wanted to see if I could use it as a tool to grow my own business first. And that's exactly what I did. So all these other platforms, YouTube, Instagram, as London was saying, they're all saturated. It's so hard to get to the top of the echelon in your industry on any of those platforms, but nobody was talking about SEO on TikTok. So that's where I saw the opportunity there to jump in. And we've since expanded our services quite a lot. So now we are a full service digital marketing agency. We do everything from building websites, ongoing SEO. In the past year and a half, we've done, we offer a done for you TikTok marketing service where we do everything from crafting the content strategy, coaching the talent, coaching the videographers if you're remote, actually editing the content, and then posting, managing, and optimizing it, as well as optimizing the back end offers and funnels for you. So we're a complete, you be the expert that you are, we take care of the rest agency. I'm happy to expand on any of that, but my strategy really comes from Gary Vaynerchuk. Just give your best info out for free. That's the secret to this stuff. Just provide as much value for who you're trying to reach as possible. Because in reality, they're not going to have the time to do it themselves, or they don't trust themselves to do it. They need the accountability. You don't know what you don't know. I've been a digital marketer for 17 years, literally more than half of my life. So I've just come across a lot of stuff, and I just want to empower people. So my channel is all about, I thoroughly believe that if you just binge my channel, you will have all of the tools that you need to be a successful digital marketer across the internet. That's my strategy. I just give everything out for free. I don't hold anything back. The only thing I hold back is doing the actual work. Like, you got to do it. But if you follow any of this, I just try and, share all of my information, what I've done personally, what we do for our clients, what I learn online, new trends. I just give it all away for free.
Good question on that. When you're creating the content, who are you thinking is your target audience? Because I don't think our audience is thinking that as much as they should, right? This is how you determine what you're talking about. So tell me about that.
Yeah. So my target audience or buyer persona is really a small business owner that has their hands full. They love what they do. They know that that they need to do digital marketing. They know they need SEO. They know they need an effective website. They know they need social media, but they just don't have the time or the tools or the resources to do this on their own. That's my target audience.
I love that. And so you listening in, think, who are you trying to target? Because that's going to determine what type of content you create as well. That obviously is around what you're great at too, right? So Austin, tell us your growth in regards to TikTok. When did you start off, and what were your first videos like?
Yeah, so I started just shy of 3 years ago, probably like 2 years, 9 months. So, I mean, relatively early, not as early as some people, but it's been fantastic. So I'm at like 286 or 87,000 followers right now. My first couple videos were garbage. They were trash. So I give you a little bit about my journey. So I had got on TikTok because Gary V, and I'm a big Gary V fan, obviously, but he was shoving it down our throats. You got to get on TikTok. You got to get on TikTok. Even his book, Crushing It, back here, I think it was labeled as Musical.ly at the time before it was acquired and turned into what we know as TikTok now. It was, you got to get on this newest thing. So I did, without any real strategy at all. So I tried to jump on trends. I tried to do some silly dances. I tried to, just do random stuff, try and be funny. I'm not an inherently funny sketch artist or funny person. So recognize my weaknesses, right? Strengths and weaknesses. And I was at it for 4 months or something like that. And I really had gained zero traction at all. Maybe I posted a business video here or there or something like that, but there was no clear strategy, no direction, just creating content because I was told to create content. And so I came to a point that was like, well, I'm not getting anywhere here. And just to give you some background, I think I had like 300 followers 4 months in. I was creating consistent content, but nothing was hitting because there was no direction on my account.
Okay.
And so I, had something clicked. I don't know. I think I was watching a webinar by Rachel Peterson. And if anybody knows who she is, she's awesome. And she sort of changed my mindset on it. And I had just an epiphany. And I said, you know what, why am I on this platform at all? What am I doing here? What do I want to get out of this? Who do I want to reach? And at that moment forward, I just decided to say, okay, I'm going to go all in for a month. I gave myself a month runway. I'm going to post as many videos as I can, only on business-oriented content, specifically for the services that we offer for my business. And I want to give it my all. I want to see what is going to happen. And if after a month of going hard, I don't see any ROI, I don't see any initiative of growth whatsoever, I'm going to move on to something else. And fortunately it clicked. And then I just never stopped.
All right. So now in comparison, tell us about preparation, because we were talking to London. He's like, I only shoot on this day and this day. And there's no right answer. But
Right.
what does your shooting look like? Is it every day a little bit here? How often are you posting?
So my workflow will not work for most people. So don't take this with a grain of salt. We handle our clients a lot differently than this. TikTok is my creative outlet. So I'm personally, I shoot every single day. I've ingrained that habit over the last almost 3 years. I need to create every day. I need to get it out of my head. So I'll have a random thought while I'm working. Okay, I know how to execute a TikTok real quick. I'm just going to knock that out. My content is also very simple to make because it's value-based. It's selfie with an opening hook, computer screen showing the value, and then a closing call to action or a loop to, increase that watch through rate. So I can crank content out like crazy. I've already posted 5 videos today.
What?
It's 1 p.m. today. I posted 5 videos today. I'm doing a test right now with that 7-second video text on screen thing.
Yeah.
Notice that trend. I'm just hammering those out today. One of them hit pretty good for me. So I'm drilling it in and just testing that model out. Just value bomb text that takes people longer than 7 seconds to read. But that's my workflow, because this is an outlet that I can just like vomit information out there that's just in my head. Like I'm crazy ADD, ADHD. This is my outlet. I love it. And that's just what works for me. Sometimes I'll post 10 TikTok videos in a day. And I don't recommend that for anybody.
Can you explain real quick? I'm looking at your page as we talk about the 7-second, this trend that's happening. Explain what that means to somebody who maybe may not understand or know what that is.
Yeah, absolutely. So the most important factor on TikTok right now is watch duration and completion rates. So fairly recently, actually, 7 seconds seems to be the triggering mark for the algorithm to start surfacing that in front of more people, assuming that the vast majority of people watch that video at least to completion, if not more than one time. And so how you can sort of trick that a little bit is having text on the screen that literally takes longer than 7 seconds to read. What you're doing is forcing people, as they're reading that text, to rewatch the video multiple times, 2-3 times sometimes, because they have to go through it. Some people are slow readers. Some people want to think about it and extract the value from it. The important thing here is that you can't just put any text, put something that's worth reading, add value. That's the most important thing here. Because if it's just, blah, 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 people are going to still swipe up, and that's not going to do you anything good. Yeah. It's, you have to add value to everything that you do, but that's why it works right now. And it's kind of crazy. I'm sure that's the psychology behind it. I'm sure they'll probably fix it or come up with some, metric for it or something right now to fix it, but like jump on it right now, because it does seem to be working. I've tested it across several accounts.
And it's an easy way to create content too. So it's a great piece of advice. And you can do this with text duration too, where don't, use these tools. If you don't know what I'm talking about, maybe just Google it, because we don't have time to show you today, but text duration. So when you write something, you have it pop up on the screen and then something else pop up and it pops off. And sometimes I have to rewatch videos to see what it was that popped in there. And it makes it much more interactive and kind of just visually stimulating, I think.
Absolutely.
Love that. I love that. So I want to go back to what you were talking about with your strategy, which is tips. And, again, a lot of our audience many times is real estate professionals, right? And I think our industry, unlike most, is I always describe it as way out ahead. It's an industry that's very innovative. It embraces, there's so many realtors. I think maybe that's probably why that we're always on top of what's next. And people have been doing TikTok for 2.5 years now. Maybe not all of you, only a small minority of you, but we have been. And so what I want to ask is, this already exists. Like, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. So when you talk about real estate tips, when you talk about this sort of strategy and education, do you recommend to a real estate agent, go find a handful of realtors in other markets that you really love to follow and emulate them? Like, there's nothing wrong with copying it, just tweaking it slightly to make it your own, but just there's a strategy. Would you recommend that to real estate agents?
Absolutely. Modeling is the fastest route to success on any platform, especially when you model success with your own authenticity. Because if you come across as a straight on carbon copy, you'll never be as good as that person, right? But you will always be your best self because you are a unique individual person. So lean into your authenticity, communicate that in your own unique way, your own unique voice. However you are can communicate confidently. That's the most important thing here. But yeah, find real estate agents that are crushing it on TikTok, on Instagram, on YouTube. Look at the key elements, look at the subject matter, look at the topics that they're talking about, and model them for yourself. Really pay attention to the granular aspects, like what are the first couple of words that they say to open that video up, because that's what's hooking people into that video in the first place. How do they transition from that opening line to the next section? What are they saying in that section? This is the value of the video. And then how do they close that video out? Is it abrupt? Is it a call to action? Is it something that loops from the end of the video to the beginning of the video? Really take note of all of these things and start to practice and incorporate them into your videos. And that's a fast track for success. I'll give you another quick little tip here too. If you don't know how to find a particular successful real estate agent, aside from searching it, if you open up the TikTok app and in the search functionality, type in something related to your industry. Could be real estate, could be any industry. And then you have a filter option up there. And what you can do is filter that by most likes in a set period of time. So if you sort it by most likes and you say either this week, last 7 days, or the last month, what it's going to do is it's going to show you the most popular posts or the most liked posts in your industry that are recent. So you know that this is top of mind content right now that you can model. So a video that was posted a year or 2 years ago might have gone viral, but it also might have been done 1 million times over and over again. But doing this and looking at fresh content, that just inherently means that less people have done it. So that's going to give you better success odds.
All right. So on that, what's the formula you found to create videos that can keep that engagement through the longer videos? Hook, middle, and ending. What does that look like?
Yeah. So that you really said it, just a really compelling statement, or you almost want to go clickbait, almost like ethical clickbait, though, something that's going to stop that scroll, because that scroll is endless, right? The attention span on TikTok is absolute garbage. So you have to know your audience and know what they care about, the emotional needs and desires of them, so that you can stop that scroll and immediately answer the promise that your opening hook stated. Build up that tension, and then either have a strong call to action or a loop. So for instance, I have a real estate friend. He's an EXP realtor. This had nothing to do with real estate, but he inherently had some really interesting elements, and his video is going viral right now. Guy had 300 followers, and now he's at like 1,200, but his video has 400, 500,000 views, and it's growing really quick, and it's getting him a lot of followers. And what this video did, whether he planned this or not, I don't think he did, but he opened it up with sucking the audience in. So he said, did you see that? There's something just went past my door. So you're immediately stopping the scroll and you're bringing the audience in to find this mystery out as well. You're pulling them in alongside him, and he steps up and he goes around the room. And as he's walking down the hallway, we just see this stick turn the corner of the door. So that's a pattern interrupt right there as well. Having a pattern interrupt to prevent them from getting bored. Now they're invested right there. What is that thing? What, I just saw that turn the corner. And at the very end of the video, he has it pointed at a glass door. And he says, do you see that? Look at the reflection of the mirror. He calls it a mirror. This is another thing as well. And then the video ends. And so everybody heard, the last thing that they heard was look in the mirror. And this did two really funny things. One, it forced people to rewatch it because they wanted to look and see for themselves again what was in the reflection. But he also said mirror. It wasn't a mirror. So this is sort of an engagement hack as well. And when you purposely say something wrong, or you pronounce something wrong, or you have some weird object in the background, people will be quick to jump to the comments and correct you on it, which boosts your engagement. So he had all of these little elements that stuck together and forced that complete rewatch over again. And his small account is going viral right now.
That's like everything all packed into one little video.
Right.
That's intense. And I wanted to expand just on the hooks in and of themselves, because if you do nothing well in any of your videos, just do me one favor, stop leading in your videos with Happy Monday and stop. Hey guys, like stop doing that. Like tease your damn video. Like that's the idea. It doesn't have to be a cliffhanger like that or something that's, you know, it's clickbait as Austin used it. It can just be like, ask a question. Like, what are you going to talk about? Like, that's what you have to do. And if there's one thing you need to perfect with your videos, it's how you lead in. And I wanted to say hi to Glennda. Glennda, you're early. You have a front row seat. We'll keep you muted, but glad to have you here. It's actually this is a great tease for who's next. So now you get to sit there and just watch and wait for the next awesome guest. We're excited to have her. So
Jeff, I want to just add something on there real quick.
Go.
The biggest mindset shift that I can say to you all is that this is going to be blunt, but it's the honest truth. And that's that nobody cares about you. They care about themselves. So you don't want to introduce yourself, especially on a platform where 7-second videos are crushing it right now. What value can you give them that they can immediately take away? Don't make this about you as the creator. Make your content about them.
Education.
All right. So start my videos with Happy Monday. Got it.
Yeah, do that. You do that. I will comment on every one of your
taking
videos,
notes.
you son of a gun.
He's going to do his 100 reels challenge with Happy Monday.
So be hilarious. Thanks to Austin and Jeff. Happy Monday, everyone. Oh, it's so good.
You are just a dick, aren't you?
Totally. Yeah.
I want to address a question from Ruby. This is a good one because it kind of shifts outside of TikTok, which we've talked about this already. And London mentioned Instagram. We're going to talk more about that because one of our good friends is a sponsor today. That's Michelle Berman. But when sharing videos from TikTok, will Facebook and Instagram show to people since it was not created in those apps? And is it better to post to stories or reels? And there's a lot to unpack there. Also where you create your videos, because Tristan and I say, create them on your phone and then post them natively to each app. But what is your take on that's kind of a 3-part question there?
Yeah. So I'll tell you what we do. And this is just what works best for me. And we've rolled it out to all of our clients, but I post TikTok first, because I find it to be the easiest app to edit in, add titles on there, add text, add background music, add effects, all this stuff. So I shoot in TikTok. Some of our clients, we do record outside or on our phone, and then we'll post it to TikTok first. And then we use a tool to download that video watermark free. And we can get into that. I heard your question to London before, and I know your stance on that. But we download it watermark free to make it look like it's original content, and then we repurpose it everywhere. So I post everything as reels. I have a client, for instance. This is a fascinating little case study. He's a therapist. You had messaged me about him yesterday. We have only reposted reels on his account. There's no other content on his page except for reels that are shared onto his grid, and then we post them as stories. And in 2.5 months, brand new, maybe a little longer, October 18th is when we started it. He's at 17,000 Instagram followers right now, entirely from posting repurposed TikTok videos as reels, shared onto the grid, and then shared into stories.
And you're removing the watermark.
And we're removing the watermark.
Now, we had somebody say just yesterday, by the way, Megan, we interviewed Megan for the podcast, Austin. So that'll be coming up. But
awesome.
she mentioned that even removing the watermark, she feels like the apps still know where it was originated and she still feels suppressed. Do you think that that's the truth, or what do you think there? There's a lot of conspiracies about this stuff.
Yeah, the right answer is we don't know, right? So I don't think so. I think it looks better that way. It could. I think we give Instagram more credit than it maybe should be. Right now, they're just on the they're on the defense right now. So they're copying all these other things right now. I don't think they necessarily care whether it's watermarked or whether it's not. My own personal anecdotal evidence, I don't think they care. I'm growing on Instagram crazy fast right now just by repurposing my content, as are most of our clients. So I don't maybe they view it as duplicate.
Austin,
where are you at all?
Where are you going to remove the watermark? Somebody asked, a few people asked actually.
Yeah, so the website that we use is called snaptic.app, SNAP .app, not .com, snaptic.app. And then I'll give you
Spell that again.
Yeah, snaptik.app. I'll give you another cool one that I've been testing recently. So there's an awesome website, not sponsored, just cool thing, Repurpose.io, that it has an awesome software that you can link it to all of your social media accounts. You can link it to your TikTok, to your Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, whatever. And what it does is you can set it so whenever you post a TikTok video, it will automatically remove that watermark and then repost it to all of your other social media for you. So it's an automated approach to repurposing your content.
Wow. How much does that cost?
And it removes the watermark. I don't know, $20 a month or something like that.
Steal. It's a damn steal.
Yeah, it's a steal. Yeah. If you can save time on something, that's time that you can be doing on something else. So these tools do cost money, but
did you mention the name of that app?
Yeah, that's repurpose.io. Really cool tool.
And by the way, guys, this is what his TikTok account is all about. This is why you follow him. This is like the most minute just piece of what he gives, like every single day. And that's a great reason, Austin, why you are now going to gain 4 million followers, just like we did for London. So there's.
I'm ready.
All right. So we have to talk about hashtags. A lot of people have been asking, and I want to ask everybody. So Glennda, be prepared for this later. We're going to ask about hashtagging and your strategy. But let's talk about hashtagging and how important it is on TikTok. And you know what, while you're doing it, why don't you talk about Instagram too, because it's also important there. So tell us your thoughts on hashtagging.
Yeah, I'm always doing hashtag tests. Sometimes I'll do 3 hashtags. Sometimes I'll do 7. I haven't really found that one way works better or the other. And even sometimes no hashtags. I genuinely think that really good content will perform regardless of the hashtags, but hashtags will help index that content. So what I'll say is I would not use some of these broad hashtags. Don't use FYP, don't use for you, don't use for you page, don't use the was it ZYX BCA, or these random stupid hashtags that have billions and billions of views or hundreds of billions of views, because it's not relevant to your content. So go really specific and test what's going to work for your account, because this stuff I don't think there's a unique thing or there's not a specific hashtag strategy for TikTok that is going to work for every single account on every single video. I just don't think it works that way. I think every video performs on an individual video basis. And if you have hashtags on there or not, I don't necessarily think that works, but do your own testing on that. Go really specific on the hashtags that you're using. I would do, like, if I can give you a strategy, I would do maybe 2 that are sub 1 million views, but really specific. And then 2 to 3 slightly like medium tier to broader tier. And as broad as I'll get is like digital marketing, which has a couple 100 million views, but it's still relevant to the content that I'm creating. But you want to be specific on that content. Another hashtag strategy that I use for TikTok is what I call a hashtag hijack strategy. And so what you're doing is essentially trying to gamify taking the top 9 spots of a hashtag. What that does is it makes you associated with that hashtag, and it puts you up there as long as your content's good and you're leveraging other broader hashtags to sort of promote you up. Hashtags will index videos in chronological order of most liked to least liked. So if you can take over as many of those top 9, top 12 spots as possible, you're going to be associated with that hashtag. And as you build that hashtag up, more people are going to use that hashtag, and it's just going to elevate your content because you're there. The fastest way to do this right now is by using 2022 hashtags. So we're in January. Look at hashtags in your industry that have dates on them. For instance, I knew that there was an SEO Tips 2020 hashtag, an SEO Tips 2021 hashtag. So I started using SEO Tips 2022 back in November because I knew everybody was going to start using it. I wanted to be there first. I have most of those top videos on that hashtag. It's going to be used for an entire year. The more people that come to it, the more people are going to see my video. You can do this. That 2022 hashtags are the most, the easiest way to jump in this, but look at what hashtags in your industry, in your niche, have a relatively low amount of views, maybe a couple 100,000, but there's not that many videos. So there's not that much competition. And so you can take that hashtag over and sort of build it up so that when other people in your industry are using it and searching for relevant hashtags, they're more likely to use that one because it has more views because you've been inflating it. So those are a couple TikTok strategies. On Instagram, even though they told us don't do more than 3 to 5, I have actively tested this. I personally still use a full set of 30. 30 absolutely performs better for my account and the accounts that we run than those smaller sets. It might change. That might be the direction that they're going in. They want you to use less hashtags. But right now, the sets of 30 still seems to get me the most views and most reach.
Fascinating. And Michelle Berman, who is our good friend and a sponsor and a Instagram power method genius, is commenting. So read the chat because she's giving some good advice here. And I've got a lot of friends that have bought her platform and they're crushing it. Hashtagging, I want to point something out. You mentioned this. I think people think of hashtags because they have a primitive mindset and they think, well, I'm going to use FYP and For You page, or I'm going to go over to Instagram and I'm going to hashtag Kim Kardashian because it's trending and it's viral and I'm going to go viral. That's not how it works. It's strictly indexing, right? And I think if you understand that, because you said it, Austin, like when you go to TikTok, I go search words and things that I want to find, and you nailed it. Like it shows all the videos that are using that have that in it. And that's, if you can be in that on that first page, you got a hell of a shot of really going viral, really gaining followers. And think about it as a real estate agent. If you're creating content all around a community, we're really going to go deep on this with Glennda because she's crushing this, is imagine I'm not the only one in this world who's going on to Instagram or TikTok and typing in something specific to my geographic area. Yeah. And if your stuff is showing up relevant to that area consistently, by golly, you're going to grow. Like, you're going to be the authority. You're going to be the expert. People are going to follow you. People are going to reach out to you. You're going to have the opportunity to connect with them. You're going to crush it. And so understanding how to use hashtags to your advantage. And I think Instagram's more important. You definitely want to connect with Michelle. I'm going to give you her website right now, just to plug her for the moment. So again, I showed you my mug. If you're really cool, you get one of these, and it has your name on it. You have to go to one of her events. But the powermethodmasterclass.com, again, I know a lot of people that are in this class that are crushing Instagram as a result of what Michelle teaches them. You need to go check this out. You need to get on her calendar. You need to learn from Michelle. We might even bring her, Tonya, and some of these people up later on stage to talk a little bit. But Austin, like that, I think the way you just described that was brilliant, and you brought up a lot of great ideas. And you also kind of debunked, because there's no right way. You're using 30. I use 5 to 10. I don't know that there's a right answer, but whatever you want to do, right?
Yeah, you got to thoroughly test and just notice trends. That's the secret to marketing, is continue testing, continue failing until you find something that works for you. And then you double down on that in all aspects.
Tristan, you're muted, buddy. And I did that intentionally because
I'm
tired of listening to you.
Where's your cup? Austin, question for you.
Yes, sir.
And when you're going through the week or through the day, how much time do you put into research? That means going to TikTok and just consuming, and then going to Instagram and just consuming.
Most of my consuming is just on TikTok. More time than I'd like to admit. But I'll be honest. So we manage like 10 TikTok accounts right now. I'm logged in at any given time to the maximum accounts of 8. So I'm just on TikTok all day, and I'm consuming content that gets served in different niches as well. So it's kind of my job, but I'm also like addicted to it. Let's just call it what it is. I'm addicted to TikTok. And I think that's been beneficial as well, because I kind of have that hand on the pulse. And I think everybody I would spend time on the platform doing the research, right? Looking at competitors, looking at everybody, not just competitors, but looking at what trending videos are going on, because you're going to have a better understanding of what people are resonating with and what type of content is not working. Like if you scroll through your FYP, you're going to see some videos here and there of videos with no likes on them or anything like that. And if you spend some more time watching it and you compare them to videos that do go viral, you're going to notice why that didn't work and why this one did work.
All right. Anything you recommend in regards to what people or who people should be following to get a better idea of what they should be doing?
Search for people in your industry. I would start to connect with people in your industry. You never know if you can do collaborations with them or jump on dual lives or regularly stitch their content, but actively engage with a community that you want to be a part of. Like, I love marketing TikTok. I am friends with all those people. They are great people, and we help each other out. We send each other, resources, opportunities, networking things, jobs. Like if there's something that my agency doesn't offer, but somebody else that I'm connected with through TikTok on marketing TikTok does, I will send that their way, build those relationships out. There's tons of great like TikTok coaches as well. Josh, the Ginger Marketer, is going to be on today too. He's fantastic at sharing, how to do specific trends and just sharing features and how to add different filters and all kinds of stuff. He's great. Shameless plug, my account. I'm always posting on there helpful stuff. There's so many. Rachel Peterson's another great one. There's just so many great accounts to pay attention to. both from your industry, whatever your industry is, and general TikTok information as well.
I love it.
I love that. So Austin, once again, Social T Pro. We've shared it multiple times. If you're not following, you're doing yourself an injustice. I mean, it's such great stuff there. Austin, we love following you. I mean, you gave two golden tips just here, the snap tick and the repurpose. I mean, we really appreciate that. I mean, here's the thing, guys, those of you who are paying attention today, like Austin is the perfect example. He's not in probably most of your industry. He's in an industry who's selling to you, but he's he's doing exactly what you all should be doing. And that is just bring value. Stop talking about you. Stop talking about your awards. Stop talking about your listings. I'm sorry. That's not what your audience wants. What they want is something for them. They want value for them. And Austin, you freaking nailed it, man. I mean, we love having you. We're gonna continue to have you. We appreciate, because you brought us a couple of new guests, Josh being one of them, who we're excited to interview later. So go connect with Austin. He is an active engager in Drunk on Social as well. So thank you, brother, for being here, man.
Hey, Jeff, Tristan, it's been a pleasure. I hope everybody took value from this. If anybody has any follow-up questions or anything at all, shoot me a message on Instagram or leave me a comment. I respond to basically everything as much as I possibly can. So I'm here to help you however I can.
Where's the best place to find you on Instagram?
At Social T Pro.
Same. Good. You notice that, guys? You notice what London said? You notice what Austin said? Same name across every platform makes you easy to find. Don't forget that. That's really important. And try to make it your name. They can't find you if it's some goofy off the wall thing that you have, your quirk or, hobby. Make it Tristan Almada. And I actually, you should take that one because he's basically famous and you'll go viral. So just go ahead and steal that one if you can. Love you, buddy.
Thanks, Austin. Jeff Fitzer. All
right. Well,
thanks, buddy.
Thank you all.
All right, so
we need to do a live on TikTok, man, with him.
Absolutely. Hey, anytime, guys. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Back in. Let's take a minute to talk a little bit more about our sponsors. A couple of people have asked for this, so I'm going to give it to you again. So I'm just going to leave this up here for just about 30 seconds. We'll share this in between every speaker. Go grab this. Business Video School has done us. They're pretty awesome, and they're going to help you become better at video, which will make you better at TikTok and Instagram and all of these places. So scan that, grab that, or just go to Business Video School on Facebook and go find out more. Go message them. They're really awesome. I wanted to share something. We talked a little bit about Michelle Berman. So I want to show her page here just so you guys know what you're looking for. So when you go to this powermethodmasterclass.com, this is what you're going to find here. You can actually register for this. You can see Michelle herself. You should be following her, by the way. And I'm going to tease her for a second and say, she's not on TikTok. Damn it, Michelle. How can you not be on TikTok? But that's because she's so hyper-focused on what she's great at, which is Instagram. And again, Instagram is such a great place to go connect with people and gain more business from it. And I'm pretty sure Glennda is going to be able to share some thoughts on that as well coming up. But go check this out, Power Method Masterclass. Tristan shared the link. You're going to learn a hell of a lot of stuff here. She is the best at helping you grow your brand on Instagram. And by the way, and she's going to tell you this, it's not about how many followers you have. It's about how strong of a connection you have with the followers that you do have. That's what matters on Instagram. So don't get caught up in virality. We're talking about TikTok. It's the easiest platform to go viral. Instagram, on the other hand, is the best place to connect. And so that's where you should be. And Michelle is by far and away our favorite person who crushes Instagram. So Tristan.
Hold on. I was taking note of how many times you say crushes. That's like,
crush the what do they say on YouTube?
I'm just messing with you.
Crush that subscribe button.
No, that's smash.
Oh, smash. My bad.
All right. You ready?
I am ready to move on. And I'm excited for this next guest because the first two guests we know, and now we are going to get to know Glennda, and I've been following you, Glennda, and I know Tristan has as well. And, you know, the way I would describe it, so real estate professional agent, I'll let her introduce herself, out of Georgia, Atlanta market, correct?
Correct.
And has a very unique and structured style, the way she does it. I know she batches content. I've heard her talk about it. She's another person that you absolutely need to follow. I'm really curious to hear how much this has created ROI and a return for you. We've had that question come up a lot. But Glennda, before we get started, why don't you introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about yourself, how long you've been in the business, and kind of what led you to where you are today, crushing social media. I bet you
Crushing it.
If I had asked you 5 years ago, I bet you probably wouldn't have saw that one coming.
Hey guys, my name is Glennda Baker, and I am a real estate agent in Atlanta, Georgia. And I have been selling real estate since Jesus was a baby. So almost 30 years. And, you know, I've always kind of sold a lot of houses. You know, back in 2013, I was, you know, I've been selling about 30, 40 houses a year for a while. So pretty consistent producer. And in 2014, I got a business coach, and that kind of, you know, helped my business grow quite a bit. And then in February of 2020, I was at a conference, and they showed Zachary Loft, who did a TikTok video, and he had 43,000 views. And I looked at my friend Sergio, and I said, if he can do TikTok, I can do TikTok. When I get back to Atlanta, that's the first thing I'm going to do. And that was in February of 2020. And Tom Ferry came to Atlanta to visit, to speak to my company. And he said, you know, where are you going with your business? And I said, well, I really want to do more video. He goes, okay, I'm going to change your coach. So he changed my coach, and I talked to a couple videographers, and I was like, oh goodness, I wasn't expecting it to be that expensive. So I'm not going to do that. No. Then the pandemic hit. And then once I found out we were going to get on the other side of that, I called the videographer back, and I said, I'm ready to get serious about video. And he goes, okay. I said, how much are you going to charge me? He told me. I said, oh goodness gracious, I don't want to pay that much. And he goes, well, how much do you want to pay? And I told him, and he goes, if you sign a 6-month contract, I'll do it. I said, okay. I didn't vet him. I found him on Instagram. Some other agent posted a video that he took of her. Looked good to me. If he works for her, it'll work for me. I didn't have any conversation with him other than that one phone conversation. I never checked his website or anything. He comes to my house, and we shot 8 TikTok videos that morning, and then 4 longer form videos in the afternoon. And they were horrible, so bad that we didn't even post them.
Ooh, I like
and that was in October of 2020, October 7th of 2020. I had 122 followers. And today I think I have maybe 560,000. So, and I've posted 391 videos in 474 days.
Damn.
Is that a little snapshot?
What? Less than a year and a half, Glennda.
Oh yeah.
Are you guys paying attention to that? Like if you haven't started, start like that. Oh my God, this is going to be fun.
Well, Glennda, question. When we go back to finding the right structure for you, how long did it take for you? How many videos did you have to shoot? And you're like, I got it. This is it. Was it a while? Because you mentioned even the first ones you shot, you just threw away.
Just the 4 long form we threw away. The 8, it took me 3 hours to shoot 8 TikTok videos. And I had been consuming a lot of content on TikTok. And I've been watching this guy, Matthew Hussey, who gives dating advice. And I loved how he did like this interview style with his little microphone. He looked all official. And I thought, oh, I could do real estate videos like that. And so that was what I told Denver. I said, hey, I want to do these real estate videos, and this is what I want to do. And I have a video that I posted on, I want to say it was December 31st, that shows like the first outtakes of the videos that I was shooting. And my eyes were here and there, and I wasn't very sure where to look, and I was looking down and everything. And so Denver really helped me. He put Sam, the lighting guy, in a chair, and he said, okay, just talk to Sam. Just act like you're talking to Sam about real estate. And I think what happened with the style was that the viewer was like, oh, I'm getting to listen in on a conversation. Like I'm a fly on the wall. Like she's talking to her friend and I'm going to get to listen. And so it was that style that people really bit into, because I would post different stuff and it didn't quite work as well. And then of course, when I talk shit about Zillow, I got to look at the camera. I got to look at the camera because I'm serious. And my people know. And it's funny because they'll say, oh, she's looking at the camera and she's about to talk about Zillow. So the Glendaratis know what's coming.
I got to say this, and I'm not going to take credit. I was going to ask this question, but I'm going to give Aurelia the credit for asking this question. She said, did you start real estate when you were 3 years old?
You know what? Let's go with that. Obviously, I just had a facial yesterday, so I'm looking really young today.
Oh, look at that! Beautiful.
Oh, that's funny. Me and Tristan did too.
I had one this morning, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. But let's go to Glennda's profile here. I want to just show the uniqueness of what she does, right? Where she shoots in batches, but this is what she's talking about, right? You don't have to reinvent this whole process. This is what we're talking about when we're like, go in, do your research, see who inspires you. By the way, Glennda, you inspire a ton of people, including me. So this is amazing. I love this. And I love the simplicity behind it, but yet I know there's structure, because you said you've got a lighting guy, you've got a video guy, and I'm pretty sure you've outlined at least the topic or the heading of what you're going to say.
Yeah. So like last night, I was sitting at dinner and the guy to my left is talking about expired listings, but rather than using the term expired listing, he says listing takeover. And I was like, ooh, I like the way that sounds. So I made a note, texted it to Denver. And so what happens is Denver comes over, he arrives at 7 o'clock. From 7 to 8, they get the set up. And then from 8:10 to 8:30, we frame out the day. So as the day goes through, I'll hear something and I'll think, okay, that's a good idea. Let me make a note, and I'll make it in my notes. I'll text it to Denver, and then Denver tosses me the idea that I've texted him. And then I do everything on the fly. There is no scripting. And a lot of times what Denver will do is Denver will see an article that he knows will get me worked up. And he'll say, oh, I saw this. What did you think about people using Dogecoin to buy houses? And, what do you think about Dogecoin? What do you think about stocks? And so we'll kind of go off, and it's a very organic conversation. And again, I think that's what my audience is biting into, is that getting to listen in style.
Somebody said they need a Denver.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's
everybody needs a Denver. Denver is a unicorn.
So that's a great question, because there are other Denvers that exist. So describe kind of, if somebody says, I need that, like where do they even start to find that, and describe what that means? We're not talking about the city.
Yeah. So Denver Bailey, he's actually a filmmaker. He does like Coco Melon and Kinetic Sand and Time Warner and all kinds of fancy people. And he says to me, when I was talking to him on the phone, he's like, you do realize you can shoot TikTok videos from your phone? I'm like, yeah, that's not really an extension of my brand. That's not what I'm trying to do. And so I brought him in, and it's an investment. There's an expense there. But Denver produces, he shoots, he edits, and also he collaborates with me. I have a little series called Realtor Reacts, and that's where he finds. And so one of my videos is, once upon a time I sold a big ass house. And so am I allowed to say a bad word or no?
Fuck no.
Okay. Okay. So big ass has kind of been following me, and literally, but anyway, I digress. So anyway, he shows me houses, big ass houses. And so Realtor Reacts is like big houses in other cities. And so he collaborates, he comes up with ideas. We talked a little bit about me being one person in the video and then another person in the video. And he said, why don't we bring in actors and act out your best story times, like when you sold the wrong house or when the guy flashed you at the house. And so we brought in actors to show that. So, kind of making it a little bit spicy. So Denver is a unicorn. And I would encourage you, if you are looking, to find somebody and find out what their strengths are and how they can help you.
Dude, I really love that a lot. Let's go back now to when you first hired Denver.
Yeah.
How did you get to that point? Because I think that chemistry that you have with him now at this point, it's magical. But how did you figure it out? Did he start getting to know you? Did he invest time in you? Did you invest time in this? How does this work?
Again, I mean, literally, I didn't do any research on him, which I probably should have. I go with my gut. And I think that one of the things that's made me successful in my business is I think you have to trust people even when you don't know them. And I went with a gut instinct with him. And literally, he has helped me, coached me, been the director, been the producer. He has amazing ideas. But I think that when you're working with a creative, you have to give them that latitude. You have to give them the freedom to feel like that you're not going to shoot them down, that you're not going to micromanage them. Because you want to buy a house, I can tell you anything about buying a house in Atlanta, Georgia. There's not one question you could ask me. But when it comes to filmmaking and videos, that's his area of expertise. And allowing the creative that latitude only makes you look better. And I think that that's one thing as real estate agents is we're control freaks. We're type A personalities, and we want to put the hammer down on everybody. We want it our way. Our way is the best way. And I think that when you're doing video, you've got to understand what you don't know. And that makes your creative, it lets their juices flow and get you a better product.
Love that.
That's true.
I want to point something out too, before we move on to a couple questions as well, is one thing that's very consistent with you is what you're wearing. Stars, right? Everybody knows me, knows I'm a branding whore. I'm always wearing it, but I'm everything. I'm all over the place. You stars all the time. Talk about that.
Yeah. So, I wore a shirt that had stars on it in one of my videos. And everybody was like, oh, I love your jacket. I love your top. That's so beautiful. I love the stars. You're a star, Glennda. And my mom always told me I was a star. And I say, oh, my stars. So I had a couple of star tops, and my audience was biting into it. And that is just being very cognizant of what they are looking for, what's engaging them, what are they liking. And so I was like, wow, they really like the star thing. I think I'm going to get some more star sweaters. And I did go a little bit overboard, but this is the thing is I'm at the World Series. I'm at the Hawks game. I'm at the airport yesterday. And no lie, people are like, are you Glennda Baker? I'm like, I am Glennda Baker. Oh, I knew it was you. I knew when I saw the stars, it was you. I saw blonde and stars. I'm at the World Series. How many people is that? 70,000 people or something? And this guy comes up to me and he goes, I saw a blonde with stars. You have to be Glennda Baker. And this other lady comes up to me. She goes, you're Glennda Baker, aren't you? I said, I am Glennda Baker. The husband goes, you cost me $15,000. I'm like, excuse me? She goes, we're painting the house white, just like you said in your video.
Oh my God.
So, I mean, it literally riding the stars all the way to the bank.
And you hear what she just said, folks. Like, this is part of the strategy, which I want to get to. Shantae, I saw, I'm going to answer or ask your question, but part of what Glennda just said is like, that is a social strategy across all platforms. The day you walk into the grocery store and people recognize you, you are winning. Like, game over. And now take your whatever you're doing and 7x it because it's working. And I mean, and Glennda did this in less than a year and a half. Start tomorrow. Start today. Hell, why not? I mean, it's so impressive. But let's talk about. We've got a bunch of questions, and Shantae asked it. Some other people have asked. By the way, I'm going to give Shantae a little plug here. She's got this really cool event coming up with National Association of Real Estate Brokers Midwinter Conference in San Antonio. It's March 1st through the 4th. I know some guy who wears hats, who's bald, who's going to be on stage. You should definitely come check that out. Shantae, thank you for being on today. She asked, and other people have asked, ROI. How do you, is this a branding play? Is this something that you can actually, can you quantify the return on your investment from doing what you're doing?
Okay. So $250,000, give or take, just from TikTok. So in the TikTok comments, I'm moving to Atlanta, I want to buy a house. Or, hey, I saw your TikTok video, I want to list my house. So $250,000. Okay. But it's a layering effect. Okay. So, oh, I've seen your videos. Oh, I saw you on TikTok. So it's a layering effect. So I've been selling real estate since Jesus was a baby. In 1992, when I started, hey, how did you find me? I saw your sign at 123 Banana Street. I got your postcard about 123 Banana Street. It's not that easy these days because they'll see you on TikTok. They'll go to your website. They'll send you a contact thing. They'll send you a DM and Instagram. But let me give you a great example. What day is today? Today's Tuesday. Okay. Sunday at 2:32, I get a phone call from a girl in New York. She saw my video. She wants to buy a house in Atlanta, Georgia, $500,000. At 3:02, I get a text message from a guy who's in Noonan, Coweta County. That's in South Georgia. Hey, I am relocating to Sandy Springs. I want to buy a $300,000 townhome. Within 30 minutes, that's $800,000, a phone call and a text message just from TikTok videos.
Damn.
I mean, those are real people that are in the system with a signed brokerage agreement within 48 hours. I haven't met them. I know nothing about them because the credibility came from the layers of the videos.
We talk so much in all businesses that we have to meet the consumer where they're at, yet we seem to do the opposite,
Yes.
right? We seem to fight the most visited websites in the world: Google, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, all of those. It's like this is exactly what we should be doing, Glennda, exactly what you're doing. You're creating this trust through the videos that you're doing and the stories that you're telling. I think one of the things that just attracted me first to you was just the ease in which you tell the story and you engage people because you're also funny. And I love the personality. So where would you suggest people that are listening in start? Because not everyone's going to have your stories or the personality to match, right? So where would you suggest they start?
So I think that you got to get comfortable with yourself, number one, because whatever, you can pretend to be me, but you can't sustain that. So you need to get comfortable with yourself. And, somebody posted on one of my videos, oh, I don't think you need to use a cuss word to get your point across. Well, she's obviously not my tribe. And people are like, aren't you worried that people are not going to work with you because you use a bad word or you sold the wrong house or you talk about that you wasted your money? How are people going to have faith in you? Look, it's either going to repel them and get the riffraff out early, or they're going to embrace me. I want the people that love me. I would encourage you, if you are looking to start video, that you be yourself. Don't be afraid to get personal. Okay. Let them know who you are. You're a mom, you're a stay-at-home dad, whatever you are, make sure that you're letting people know who you are. Don't be afraid of it. Turn the volume up, amplify who you are, because then you look more relatable. The world has never, ever been ready to embrace authenticity like they are today. So you don't have to worry about being new. You don't have to worry about, oh, I haven't sold a zillion houses like Glennda. I haven't been selling real estate since Jesus was a baby. You have the opportunity now to make yourself anything you want on social media, and you can literally be the data broker, and nothing accelerates credibility faster than proof. And when you can talk real estate, whether you sold one house or 100 houses, people are going to want to do business with you because you're relatable.
The relatable
so
part.
Good. And you mentioned something that we just have, that we always get these really weird names on these webinars. This one's name is Anonymous Attendee. I don't know why their parents named them that, but the really good question. Bad clients, haters, Like, how do you filter that? How does that affect you? How do you respond to that? Personally, I love them, but tell us how you feel about them.
Well, I got in a little TikTok battle with a couple of different guys. This one guy, Tom Cruise, he's in North Carolina. He talked about, giving a fake contract to the lender to see if he could get an appraisal for $20,000 more than he paid for the house. Well, I mean, I don't know about y'all, but in my world, that's called mortgage fraud. And so I did a video about it, and man, he came back. Oh, that's not what I said. Bullshit. That is what you said. You posted a video about it. Same thing with Grant Cardone. He posts a video about he's 1.4 billion in debt and his bankers are calling him. Well, I don't know about y'all, but my bank doesn't ever call me as long as I'm making the payments. I mean, maybe they just called to chit chat. I have no idea. But he took issue with that. His team took issue with that. But this is the deal, is you posted the video. I'm just responding to it. And I feel 100% confident in what I am saying. So if somebody takes issue with what I'm saying, I posted a video about millennials, that they were indecisive. And boy, they came after me. They're like, we're not indecisive. We're making less. There's more inflation, the cost to live, student debt. And I was like, holy cow, I didn't even take those things into consideration. And I'm like, I'm so sorry, millennials. I didn't take that into consideration. So for me, when I'm wrong, I absolutely jump up and say that I'm wrong, but I am absolutely doubling down whenever you come after me, because I'm telling you right now, I'm the Michael Jordan of real estate. You can't tell me that you presented a fake contract to a lender and that's not mortgage fraud, period. So, and I think that that's a lot of times haters, user 123428890, yeah, that has an egg for a picture. I mean, yeah, you're going to come after me and call me Karen. Yeah, thank you. That's Miss Karen for you. So for me, I banter back and forth a little bit with them in the comments, but in all honesty, the Glendaratis absolutely destroy them. Anytime somebody comes after me, my fans and followers, they beat down on them.
Yes.
Ooh, yes.
And a good thing about TikTok too is video replies, which Reels now has too. That's the best. And by the way, when you use that feature, those videos do really well. They perform really well. So use that feature. If you don't know what we're talking about, you probably do if you've been on TikTok, but you get that hater, you get that internet tough guy, do a response video to that comment and watch everybody come to your defense. Not to mention it creates really good content. Do you use that feature a lot, Glennda?
I don't, but my TikTok guy, I have a TikTok guy now. They thought I was like really big in the real estate space. And so they gave me like my own person. And he's like, look, you got to do the replies in video. And I'm like, but what if my hair's not fixed and I don't have on my makeup? I can't do that. He's like, no, you got to start doing that. So that's actually on our list to start doing as soon as I get back from Vegas. I'm traveling. I'm in a hotel room in Vegas, but as soon as I get back, that's what we're doing.
So tell me about the TikTok guy. We want to know. What's that?
So I have a TikTok, a person who works for TikTok. So they identify people that are doing great in a certain space, a certain industry, and they work with them to understand their back-end analytics. So this is this is for me, I'm an expressive analytical, which means I'm actually bipolar, but I'm a D in times of conflict. So if the road is paved with dead squirrels that fail to make a decision, it's not me. But anyway, I digress. So they give me this guy and he tells me, on average, I have 135,000 views across my TikTok catalog a day. Okay. Wow. The average person watches a TikTok video 9 seconds. Mine are watched 29.7 seconds, and 31.3% watch from start to finish multiple times. And so they were really impressed with the analytics of the engagement. That's what they really thought. So on one video, I have one video that has 10 million views. It has 64,000 shares. And that's only on my page. So on another page picked it up. It's called @Records on Instagram. It has another 20 million views there, which, wait a minute, side note, Austin talked about hashtags. So I just want to say something about hashtags. Okay, so I hashtag Glennda Baker on every single video. It gives me the ability to see the cumulative views across all videos. Okay, so sit down. On my TikTok, I have 68. Oh, no. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. I have 68.4 million views. Okay, across my videos on TikTok. Okay. And so I can see cumulatively how many views I have. But I also hashtag Atlanta real estate. And everybody said, oh no, Glennda, that's too saturated. Don't do that. You're never going to get noticed. Atlanta real estate has 86 million views. 68 million of them are mine. So I pulled this up. I hope I still have it because I pulled it up when you guys were chit-chatting earlier. So if I search Atlanta real estate and I look at the top videos, and I don't know if you guys can see this because there's too much light, but if I scroll, there I am right there.
Type in Atlanta real estate in the search feature in TikTok and you'll see what she's doing right now.
Yeah. And so all of these videos, look at this. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, 5. I mean, you swipe it and I'm coming up on every screen that you swipe. So don't be worried about, Toronto real estate or Iowa real estate, wherever. Put in and make it a habit. So for me, I do hashtag Glennda Baker. I do hashtag real estate, hashtag Atlanta real estate. And now my new one is hashtag Google Glennda, because I want to make myself come up in Google.
So good.
Just when people Google Glennda. So literally, if you put Glennda, Glennda in Google, like my Google My Business page comes up. Like everything is Glennda Baker. And I'm like, holy cow, this is awesome. So I want to train Google to Google Glennda. So hashtag Google Glennda is my new hashtag.
That is brilliant. Everybody wants to be relevant on Google. That is what a great idea. Tristan, why aren't you doing
for that tip on Tuesday?
Happy Monday, everyone.
I was going to say,
it's really good.
Glennda, you and I have a lot in common because TikTok reached out to me and they said, you have 7.7 views on average per day. And I said, TikTok, you're missing like 7 zeros there. And they said, no. And that's why we're never going to reach out to you again, you hack. I love that TikTok's reaching out to you. I mean, that's so powerful. I mean, folks.
That was fake. I left it in my email until July, since July.
You thought it was fake. I would have too.
I mean, hello, why is TikTok reaching out to me? And then they're like, and then they kept sending these messages. And then they actually called me and they're like, hey, we want to talk to you. Could you call us? And so my assistant is like, TikTok is gone. I'm like, it's not really TikTok. No, it's really TikTok. And I was like, holy shit, it is really TikTok.
That's funny.
It's so awesome. I'm glad you brought up the hashtags too, because that was something I wanted to ask. Tristan, what are we missing? I mean, Glennda, you've done this, I think you've spoke on this like one other time. So you're doing a really good job of really covering everything here. I tease. We know you're pretty amazing.
Trying. I was just thinking, was there anything else you guys wanted to know?
I'm
sorry, I was early. I'm always worried that I'm gonna have technical difficulties, and so I was worried. So
well,
go
you
ahead.
know what?
That's good, Glennda. I have a question here.
Actually, Tristan, real quick, take a note on what she just said. Could you?
She's really late every time. No technical difficulties. That's so good. I love that. Jeff, happy fucking Monday. Okay. Shit. My God. Okay. Glennda, question for you in regards to what you're doing next. Like, what's next? How are you leveling up? Like, what's a desire that you have within the whole social media world that's saying, you know what, I need to do this, but you haven't had time to do it?
Oh my gosh, Tristan, you just don't have any idea. So a lot of people have reached out to me to do like different shows and courses and all kinds of stuff. And, it's just really important to me to be, very consistent with my brand and very authentic to myself. And I'm just kind of looking at different opportunities, but I really want to level up our industry. I'm ready to get rid of, the garden club real estate agent, the part-time, the half-assed person. I am just so ready to like level us up as an industry. And that's why, people are like, why do you tell people what you do and how to do it? Like, aren't you afraid somebody's going to copy you? Like, I want everybody to level up on video. I want everybody to level up on social, because I mean, think about it. In 1992, when I started, there was no way I think the video today has maybe 20,000 views. I couldn't have reached 20,000 people in 4 hours anyway. So do you understand the exponential reach that you have? And I want our industry to educate the consumer. Like, I want everybody to help the consumer understand why you should work with a neighborhood expert, why you shouldn't buy a house from somebody that you found online that you have no idea who they are, that was willing to give you back X% because you found them online. Because I want to talk about all those stories, all of those nightmares, all of the dream stories. And I want to help consumers achieve the American dream. Like, it's home ownership that is increasingly growing, out of the reach of so many people. So it's just important to me. When you ask me, what do you want to do on social? I want to reach more people to level up our industry and help more people become homeowners. And that's my goal. And the more I can do that, I'm happy as a pig in a puddle.
I love that. And for everybody that commented, and there's a lot that are like, you go girl. And they love that comment about, upping, well, I guess really almost getting rid of, there needs to be a cleanse, right, in the industry.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
But if you all really want that to happen, then you got to do what Glennda's doing. That's the reality of it, because the industry's mediocre at best on average, right? At best, and probably well below mediocre. And so if you want to purge this industry, if you want to cleanse it, we need more Glendas, because you will drive the half-assed person out, because they won't be able to afford to even maintain their damn license. Right. And so that's what we challenge you all there. You're here today for a reason. We applaud you for that. But you got to take it to another level. Stop watching all that. Well, don't stop watching, actually. Keep watching. We love you for that, but execute, right? That execution. And Glennda, we talked earlier about copycat, and copying and emulating and that sort of thing. There's a lot of people that should be doing that to you. What is your take on that? And if somebody walked away from here and said, I'm just going to go copy what Glennda's doing, how do you feel about that?
So that's a great question. So I will tell you, I had some girl in my 3 mile zone. So like literally, like I could like walk to her house. I could walk to her office. Like I get Starbucks at the place that's right, like 3 doors from her office. And this girl took my outfit, my earrings, my hairstyle, my setup, everything, copied it to the T. She's in my 3 mile zone. Like literally we're on a group text together. We're called the East Cobb Mafia. You want to talk about somebody's head spinning around, snot flying out of their nose? I lost my effing mind. I lost my mind because I had so much respect for her because she's a great real estate agent. And in my head, I'm thinking to myself, why are you trying to be me? Because you're such a great real estate agent. So I lost so much respect for her because she completely copied my thing. Thank God she didn't wear a star, or else really the shit would have hit the fan. But I digress. But this is the thing, is that I want people to look at what I'm doing. Like Katie Day is a great example. Katie Day in Houston, Texas. She's taken a very similar setup. She's pumping out the videos in batch format. And I love seeing her succeed. I love seeing, if you're a great agent, I love seeing you succeed. But what I don't want to see is I don't want to see you trying to be me. I want you turning up the volume on you, because this is the thing, is that if you're trying to be me, I'm going to crush you every day of the week and twice on Sunday. But if you're being you, your audience is embracing you. You're building your own following. You're building your own Glendaratis. And that's what I really want to see. And I think that everybody doesn't like sweet. Some people like salty. And so I think that that's why there's different strokes for different folks. I just want to see you be you.
Man, I love that. We got some questions, Tristan, that I want to address here in the Q&A. Eve asked, what was the website company that allows you to see how many views you had total, or where are you doing that from?
No, it's a hashtag. So you hashtag your name, Glennda Baker, and you can search in TikTok, Glennda Baker, and on the right side, and I want to say it's the 4th category over, it says hashtags. It'll give you the cumulative number of views across your name.
Great. And that goes back to the hashtagging. I love that. Fran asks, did you say that you have client sign a brokerage agreement?
Yes, I do have client sign a brokerage agreement.
You want to expand on that? Anything to share there? Fran, is there a reason why you asked the question? Maybe let us know.
Absolutely. Because I want them number one, I want them to be committed to me. But I will tell you something, don't tell anybody, but I have the Glennda guarantee because I don't want somebody to be roped into a contract that doesn't want to work with me. So at any time that anybody wants to terminate, whether it's a listing or a buyer, a seller or a buyer, they have the ability to terminate without penalty, because I don't want anybody working with me that isn't thrilled to work with me, who doesn't have belief. If you've lost belief in me, then you know what? I wish you the best of luck. You go your way, I'll go mine. No harm, no foul. Because my life is too short to deal with people who don't want to deal with me. So I do have people sign a brokerage agreement, but I'm not keeping them locked in, because if for some reason they want to go somewhere else, they absolutely can.
Last question I have, and I think you mentioned this already, but I want to ask again, because we've talked about batching content and creating content, and Tristan talked about it. You do it in chunks. What is that strategy? What is that strategy so somebody can potentially emulate that?
Oh, absolutely. This is great, y'all. Okay, so I have a call to greatness every morning at 8 o'clock. Tristan, you may be on that call with Sharon. Anyway, it's the 5 a.m. call where y'all are, but it's 8 a.m. in Atlanta. Praise the Lord, because I missed it this morning. 5 a.m. in Vegas is really 5 a.m. I didn't realize that. But anyway, so I have a call to greatness every morning at 8 o'clock. And so I come down from that call at 8:10. So from 8:10 to 8:30, we frame out the day. What videos we're doing for TikTok, Instagram, LinkedIn. Are we going to shoot in the mud room? We just shot in my mud room, and I'm so excited. Can't wait to get those videos. That's going to be awesome. And they're more like looking at the camera. We're always trying to do something a little bit different to see if we can get the audience to buy in. So remember, okay, and I'm going to go back to the schedule. Just remind me that I got off on a tangent. But so this is the deal, is that I think that on Facebook, everybody already loves me on Facebook. On Instagram, they know of me. On TikTok, they have no idea who I am. So it's the same content, just packaged differently. And on LinkedIn, those people are all uptight and buttoned up. And so I did a little series on LinkedIn called Glennda's Guides. And I tried to be a little bit more buttoned up, a little bit more professional, not quite so starry. Mm-hmm. And those videos didn't do nearly as good as the regular videos. So I think that the LinkedIn people want to let their hair down over there. So I'm working on LinkedIn. I'm trying to fall in love with it, although I do not. But anyway, so from 8:10 to 8:30, we frame out what videos we're shooting for what platform. And then at 8:30 to 11:30, we shoot short form, and we shoot it in short form. So literally he tosses me the idea. I do the 1 minute short form video, and I do that. So sit down, y'all. I shot 47 videos the last time. So remember, in October of 2020, it took me 3 hours to do 8.
Yeah.
This time it took me 3 hours to do 47. I was like, holy cow. So you just get better at it. The more you do it, you get better. You become more proficient.
So how many are you posting up in a day on TikTok, just on TikTok?
No, just one a day. Okay. Just one a day. I just want a day. Let's not get carried away, because this totally cracks me up. There's this guy, And he's like, oh, well, I can be a TikTok star like Glennda. I'm going to post like a gazillion videos. And he posts piece of shit videos and he's got like 49 followers. So it's not about the number of videos that you're posting. It's about consistency. Yes. But the quality of the content has to be there. You can't just clip stuff and just make it work. That just doesn't happen. Mm-hmm. So that's what I would say about that. Okay. So then I posted 47 videos. Okay. Or no, I shot 47 videos. Then from 11:30 to 12:30, we take a lunch break. And then we start back. And then from 12:30 to 1, we kind of just chit chat to make sure we're all on the same page. Mm-hmm. And at 1 o'clock, we shoot from 1 to 6:30 or 1 to 7. So 11 hours. And in the afternoon, we typically do something a little bit more longer form. Typically those, 2, 3, 4 minute videos.
And how much content does that, is that a month's worth of content in your guys' world? Or
yeah.
What?
So y'all, this is really crazy. Do you understand? I've only shot with Denver 15 days.
Yeah. Because you've only been doing it 15 months. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. Because you're thinking, oh man, she's got this huge catalog of content, which I do. But I created that for 15 months because in my head, I needed 8 TikTok videos and I needed 4 long form. So I could release 2 TikToks a week and 1 long form a week. So that was where I started with. That's how I came up with that 12 to start with. But then I was like, wait a minute. And Denver was like, you need to post some more. And I was like, okay, I'll start posting some more. And that was like in April, I started posting more consistently. Oh, y'all, this is hilarious. Do I have time to tell you one more story?
Yep.
Okay. So, cause I was nice and early, so I figure I got a couple minutes. So anyway, Denver sends me a text message, do not post any more videos. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I didn't ask him why. Well, I didn't post any videos. And then he sends me a text message. He's like, I need to edit the videos. And I'm like, okay. So I didn't think anything about it. And he sends me a text. He's like, you haven't posted a video in 10 days. What's up? I said, well, you told me not to post any videos. He's like, did you not see the comments? I'm like, yeah, but I understand them. And I said, they were talking about being zooted. Like, I totally didn't get that. Like, what are they talking about? He's like, because your eyes were red in the video, you looked like you were stoned. So I had to go back and edit all of the videos. So anyway, so yeah, you gotta be consistent. So, okay. So let's go back. So 11 hours and I post the videos every single day. And I'm very consistent, except for that one day that 1 week I didn't post for 10 days because I looked like I was zooted in all the videos. But that's the thing is like, you got to make comments in the video. So then I shot a video about being zooted and no, I wasn't. I was just tired that day and my eyes were red.
And somebody, I hear that we see this question a lot. Justin asked it like, so when do you have time to do real estate? But you kind of just answered that.
It's one day a month, y'all.
That's it. I think that's such a lost. People get so lost in those of us that create so much content. And for me, it actually is pretty time consuming. You're doing it way more efficiently than I am. But at the same token, there's also this thing called scaling your business and putting people in place to do all of the things that either A, you're not that good at, or B, that's not money making activity for you. And so believe it or not, doing what Glennda's doing is money making activity. Yes, you may not see a direct ROI. You may not get a lead that you sell a house immediately, although she has. It's a long game, and it's not even that long for you. I mean, you're just debunking everything that we say, which I love because you're a great success story. But listen, folks, like you got to understand that putting your efforts and your time into this stuff will make you into Glennda. Glennda, can you share your stats? Like, I think you mentioned it again, but share them again. How many homes do you sell a year, and for how many millions of volume?
Oh, I sell about 114. Last year I did 114, $70 million. So, I sell a decent amount of houses. I just, I think that the most important thing is that you look at it as an investment, not an expense. I think that you need to understand that you've got to engage with the people. So I take my hour of power where I used to call expireds and for sale by owners. And I use that time to comment and post and engage and DM with my people. and I post every morning. And if I haven't posted by 9 o'clock, they're all whacked out. They're wondering, want to make sure that everything's okay. The DMs start flowing in, the text, like, is everything okay? You haven't posted a video today. So, I mean, like, I have a very consistent routine. Everybody said, oh, you need to post at 11 o'clock or 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock or 7 p.m. And I found that posting in the morning for me was absolutely the most consistent. And I post every morning between 6 and 9 a.m. I wake up every morning between 5:50 and 6:10. And the first thing I do is check all of the comments and respond in the comments and get the juices flowing, because it's pinging them that I responded in their comments. I respond to DMs. It's getting the juices flowing. And then I post on TikTok, Instagram, LinkedIn. Then I get my day started. I take my shower and everything. I get ready. I have my hair, makeup, shoes. And then I go back and I go another 30 minutes commenting on whoever's commented first on those videos. And then I don't touch those again until the evening or the next morning.
So you're doing all of this. That was a question that Ruby just asked.
So I am doing all of the posting because I want it in my voice, but I have Larzelle, and Larzelle, she keeps the spreadsheet that shows where it's been posted. So, okay. So once upon a time, I sold a big ass house. It's 53 seconds long. I have on a green jacket. My hair is straight. Okay. The captions are white. Okay. It was posted on LinkedIn on this day, Instagram on this day, TikTok on this day. So she's got the date and everything. And so what we're
same videos to every platform.
Well, no. Okay. It's not the same. It's a different video to every platform every day. Because I'm not posting the same thing on Instagram that I'm posting on TikTok, that I'm posting on LinkedIn, because then they're bored. So it's all different. It's 3 different videos, but Larzelle is running the back end because I want to know, like, was it the red shirt or the green shirt or the white shirt or the black shirt? Which one did better? Was my hair beauty pageant or was my hair sleek? You know, were the captions white or the captions were blue? So I'm looking at all of that data to see if there's a common thread between comments and shares and likes and views, because I want to be able to give them what they're biting into. Because if it's not working, I don't want to, like, I have this, like, this wheat color shirt, and it washes me out, and it never fails. Whenever I wear that shirt, those are the lowest performing videos. Is it because it's a wheat color shirt, or is it because the content sucks? I have no idea. But the only common thread I can find is that shirt. The shirt. So I'm not shooting in that shirt anymore.
So Glennda, where do you track all this? Google Doc, sheet?
In a Google sheet. Remember, I'm 48,000 years old. Did you forget? Like, literally, like, I don't have some fancy smancy zippity zappity into this CRM, into that thingamajiggle to automatically doodad this. No, it's a virtual assistant that literally goes through and looks at, 9 to 12, this video performed like this. 12 to 3, this video performed like this. 3 to 6, this video performed like this. Because I also want to look at the timing of when it's capturing everything. Does that make sense?
Oh, heck yeah. I love that. And what's your team structure like for real estate? Is it just you, showing agent? What's it look like?
So me, Evelyn, and Elizabeth. Elizabeth's been with me 21 years. Evelyn's been with me 6. We sell. And then I have Andrea, Larzelle, and Victoria, who run the back end. Victoria handles, like, the speaking engagements, the podcasts, all that kind of stuff. And Andrea runs my gifting program. So I have a very robust gifting program. And then Larzelle runs, she has a team that runs all of the paperwork.
Got it. All right. How much time do we have, Jeff? 4 minutes. All right. Tell us about the gifting program. I want to know about that.
So Glennda gives gifts. My love language to give is gifts. And I love to find something that is very special to you, that every time that you look at it, it's going to take you back to that moment in time. And because it was a gift from me, you're automatically going to think about me. And I think that people do business with people that they know, like, and trust. And what is the first thing that your mother tells you? Don't take food from a stranger. Don't take candy from a stranger. My name is Glennda Baker. So I do a lot of baked goods. Once somebody takes food from you, you're no longer a stranger. Number one. Number two, they eat it and it's good. They associate you with that good feeling. But I think that where people miss out on the whole gifting strategy is that they give things that they like. They don't give things that you like. So my favorite color is blue, not red. And somebody gives me a red candle votive. I'm never using that in my home because my entire home is blue. And so it tells me that they're thinking more about themselves than they're thinking about me. So I have baby blankets and picture frames and puzzles and baked goods and all kinds of stuff like that. And so I take the opportunities from when you post on social. I take that opportunity because if you post it on social, you want everybody to know your kid graduated from kindergarten. It was your kid's birthday. It was your anniversary. You wanted everybody to know that. And having the opportunity to console, congratulate, and compliment, that's the 3 times in life that you can make an impact in somebody's life.
Ooh, can you repeat that?
Console, compliment, congratulate.
The 3
3 moments in time when you have the ability to make an impact in someone's life. No charge for that tip on Tuesday.
Happy Monday.
Checks in the mail.
Dude.
Are you in Vegas with Zach, by the way?
I am. I'm
Nice.
not with Zach right now. I'm in my hotel room.
Well, yeah, but that would have been weird if he would have popped his head in.
That's funny.
Yeah, I'm in Vegas with Zach for Tom
Awesome.
Ferry.
Awesome. Yeah, Zach will be on later. Zach's in about an hour or so. So you mentioned him, so I think that's really awesome. Glennda, I think our audience would like to have us keep talking to you, but we can't because we're gonna move on. But this has been fantastic. We're gonna definitely do this again. We're gonna keep you close in our bubble. I hope you're willing to stay there, and let's talk some more often.
Absolutely. I just want to say thank you. I am a huge fan. And I have to tell you, like, when I got an email from Tristan, I was like, oh my God, like, he even knows that I'm like alive. I nearly passed straight damn out. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm honored and flattered to have the opportunity to be in your ecosystem. So thank you.
We love what you're doing and what you're spreading, which is, let's level up. So thank you so much for what you're doing.
Thanks.
Glennda.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Well, Tristan, how does that feel? Like you're like basically a hero. I mean,
she's the hero, bro. She's amazing. I love her.
I mean, I talk to you every day, so I think it's fun and funny.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna poke fun at you every day for the next 2 weeks.
That's why I like Happy Monday. I'm gonna get a shirt. Happy Monday. Happy
Dick.
Monday, everyone.
Oh,
But Tristan, it's Friday. Oh, you weren't there. You don't know.
Yeah, F you, pal.
Happy Monday.
All right. Well,
What's next?
While we're waiting for Joshua, the ginger marketer, Glennda just did something. She has done something that bleeds perfectly into what BrandFace is doing. And she talked about it. If you guys didn't take tips from what she just talked about, you weren't paying attention or you were mesmerized. I was both, but she has built such a powerful brand and she's got it so freaking dialed in. Everybody just kind of needs to take a step back and realize before you start just jumping in and hiring your Denver and creating all of this content, can you answer these 5 questions right here? What sets you apart? Who do you serve? How do you serve them? What qualifies you to serve them? And how does that make their life better? Take a picture of this.
Actually, I'm going to take a snapshot right now. Hold on. Don't leave. Because
Take a
you know
picture
what?
of this.
Dude, that makes a great TikTok. I'm just going to answer those.
Go. You know what? Why don't you go ahead and answer those questions right now before we bring Joshua in? Tristan,
write them all down. Write them all down with us. Let's go through this together really quick. And let's see here. BrandFace. And by the way, what's the link to BrandFace? There it is. BrandFaceStar.com. Let's go. What sets you apart? I think for everyone, we can go in and say, well, we all have a set of skills and knowledge that sets us apart from other people. We just have to identify what that is. For us, I love processes and systems, and I love reading. So, and I get to interview some of the most amazing people, right? So that's what I go to on my videos. Who do I serve? I serve two sets of audiences, one real estate agent, the other, I would say, business owners. It was more the consumer, Jeff, but that shifted on my part. How do you serve them? I create simpler processes and I make their life easier through what I create. So there you go. What qualifies you to serve them? I'm just happy Monday. How does that make their life better? Well, damn, I make their life easier so they come back for more. Dude, I love these questions.
I love
And
it. Again, if you
go
didn't take
deeper.
a picture, do it. And then go check out discussyourbrand.com. They're a phenomenal contributor in Drunk on Social. They will change your marketing life.
Actually, hold on, Jeff. If we can all go through this, and then once we have the answers, start using more of TikTok or Instagram or whatever, this will give you a lot more clarity as to who you're serving. So this is really good. I love this.
And I'm going to share some actual testimonials or some examples, I'm sorry, of what they've done for some of the agents that have worked with BrandFace and how they've grown their business. But because we just had a new friend show up,
dude,
and
surprise. What's up, Joshua?
Hey, I wasn't sure if people could see me. I've just been listening to you guys go. So
Awesome.
I was like, can you see me? Can you not see me?
No, we can see you.
You seem to be in the flow, you two, talking, and it seemed quite passionate about what you're talking about. So I didn't want to interrupt.
We appreciate that, man. And I tell you, we've had 3 guests up until now. We did London, Austin, and then just Glennda, and all 3 absolutely amazing. We knew the first 2 really well. Glennda, that's the first time we've interviewed her. And this is the first time we've ever actually met Joshua. And I don't think he really goes by Joshua too often. I believe he goes by the Ginger Marketer. And if you guys don't follow him, so first of all, there's your tip. So as you're following along on behind the scenes, go to your TikTok at Ginger Marketer. On Instagram, it's the Ginger Marketer. I actually tagged the wrong person, Joshua, in one of my posts until I realized it. There's another guy that with ginger hair and a beard and everything. And I was like, damn, I screwed that up. And then I found you. But this is going to be great because what you're doing is a lot of education and a lot of edutainment, and you're using what God gave you to really make yourself stand out. And so we're really excited to meet you today and get to interview you today. But let's start with, tell us who the hell you are, because we don't know you that well. You were introduced to us by Austin. So why don't you tell our audience who you are, what you do, and then we'll get deep into some questions.
Yeah, thanks for the intro, Jeff. It's good to be here. And hello to everyone that is 236 people of this here as well. So I'll give you a brief rundown. Yes, I go by Josh, but also I go by, I guess you kind of classify it as like the superhero, which is Ginger Marketer. You can kind of like see where it comes from, right, with the ginger hair. And it's quite interesting. I just tuned in. It's interesting what sets you and what stands you apart. And that could be something physical, right? It could be knowledge. It could be, again, like a superpower that you have in terms of knowledge. But yeah, so ultimately I joined TikTok first lockdown and saw a big niche or a big gap in the market of like, what is no one else doing on TikTok? We've got all of these millions of hundreds of thousands of people downloading this app in lockdown, nothing else to do. But there was no one there that was actually helping people. Like, how do you use the app? What is content creation? How do you find your audience? How do you use hashtags? So I just thought, right, identify that gap in the market, and I'm just going to create content that just educates and just informs and helps people, because they needed a lot of help anyway to understand. Because when people understand how to do something, that becomes a lot more of an enjoyable experience. So then I focused on really doubling down. As I was learning things, I created content to help people learn things. And over time, that's developed into like crazy. I think we're up to like 830,000 followers now in just that kind of like 14, 15, 16 months on TikTok. And what I do is I help people better understand how they can market themselves on TikTok, how they can build authority, how they can be seen as that expert in their space, and then also how they can create content that's going to really get the engagement, get the views, and get the followers that's going to help them better serve their audience, help them kind of help them to overcome their audience's pain points, help them reach their desires, and really kind of transform their own followers' lives as well. So brief snapshot. I don't tend to practice my backstory too much, but hopefully that gives you a bit of a example and a bit of history of what I'm about and what I'm aiming to do with my TikTok account and how I'm helping others as well.
Dude, where are you located right now?
I'm of east of the UK, but I've traveled. So I've lived in Australia, I've lived in all different parts of Europe. So in the UK, but that's why the accent, some people think South Africa, some people when I have calls with coaching students think I'm US, some people think I'm Australian, some people think I'm Norwegian, but I'm calling from the UK.
Nice. I love that, man. I've been following you for a little bit and I love the content that you provide. What made you decide to go to that niche? Because a lot of us that are listening and business owners were like, well, I don't know what to do. Did you just go out and try a whole bunch of stuff? Or did you know from the very beginning, that's what I'm going to do?
No, so this is probably, I'd say this is not, if not my third, my fourth TikTok account. So before that, I was actually traveling and I was like, hey, I'm going to do like this traveling type content, be one of those, you know, like in the Asia kind of lifestyle. It didn't really work out. But my background is marketing, sales, personal branding, social media. I was like, well, how can I kind of encapsulate and bring that all together? And it was just, as again, I just realized that it was people doing like these trend alerts and talking about high level things around Instagram, Facebook, the more popular social media channels, but there was no one that was really focusing on just helping people on TikTok, for serving those people who are on the TikTok app. It's okay to say, hey, go how to get 1,000 followers on Instagram. But if you're on an app on TikTok, might not be on Instagram, you might not be on YouTube, you might not be on Facebook. So I think it's just really identifying that gap. And then just really understand, well, what were the things that I was struggling with? What are the questions that I had about the account? I used to go live 2-3 hours every day and just bang out questions. What do you need help with? And it's just content. And for me in the early stage, it was just putting out and hoping for something to stick. And then eventually it did. And from that, it's just kind of developed, built. My knowledge is built. My experience of working one-on-one with real estate professionals, business owners, etc., is just built. And for me to then really identify what their pain points and problems are. And now the content that you see, Tristan, is very much focused on like these everyday conversations that have and struggles that people have in those coaching calls in the Facebook community that I've built as well. And it's just content to serve them. So now it performs a lot better because it's actually what we classify as that social listening aspect, where I'm listening to my audience and I'm adjusting and tweaking my content pillars and my strategy to really focus on serving them and where they currently are on their TikTok journey as well.
I love that. What did you intend to target the real estate industry, or did that just happen by chance?
Yeah, just kind of more so like of a chance. What I found that it was an area that not only I was interested in, but I saw that it was an area that there was a big struggle, and there still is. Like a lot of realtors still don't understand how to really harness and use TikTok in the right way. I see so many realtors using TikTok for other realtors, attracting other realtors, which I often tell my clients, you're not there to serve other realtors. When you use the when you statement, when you finally get a close or when you have that feeling, buyers, sellers can't relate to that. So it's making that transitional shift. And I noticed that that's a niche and an area that is really struggling. But small business owners, great, they promote their products. Yes, other coaches kind of understand because they are coaching how they can best serve their audience. But with the real estate industry, I did notice that there's still that kind of confusion. So what I do is I work with them on now how we can tap into the minds of buyers, sellers, where they are on that journey, be it if they're just starting out, be it if they're close to closing, looking for properties, etc., and then really understanding, okay, how can we create content that does help serve those buyers and help attract some more of those sellers as well. So it's definitely a transition, and it's happened more so over the last 6 months. But yeah, it's as with most things, you just start, you throw everything in, see for something to stick, and then when something does stick, you just develop and learn, and then you kind of like funnel that down into now really me drilling down and focusing on that real estate industry, be it any type of real estate professionals that I'm working with.
All right, and what have you seen with real estate, and just in regards to real estate agents? What have you seen has been the best advice you've given them that they've then taken over and said, whoa, this actually works and we're doing well with it? So what have you seen? That is,
the money talks a lot on TikTok when you're talking about the most expensive or the highest value, the biggest ROIs. That's kind of worked very well in that side of things. But I think it's more, a lot of my real estate students often get, I wouldn't say, I don't think offended, but I say you are the person to sell your city. Now, who does that? Who can you think of who has that similar role within your city, within where you are? And we often think about tour guides, like tour guides, these traveling people that travel around, and they know everything there is to know. And what as a buyer or a seller needs to know, they need to have that trust that you are that expert. You know your city, every pavement, every lamppost, every water tower, every door front. You know the history. You know exactly why it's that way. Because when you have that, that evokes trust. And you're like, hey, you know what you're talking about. I trust you. So it's building that trust by showcasing everything there is to know about your city. And I was having a conversation the other day, and that could be what's the weather like? What's the etiquette? What's the slang? What's the history? Who's the famous people that have lived there? What are some do's and some don'ts that you might do? What's the best sushi restaurant to go to? What's the best neighborhood for entrepreneurs? Where do you find startup spaces? Where's the best open parks for family picnics on a Saturday afternoon? And it's those little things that really you can then dive deep into the different parts of the demographics of those, the audience might be conscious about, oh, great, like I want a family safe area, but not doing it in a way, as I know we're governed by different laws, regulations, the best, the worst, but the benefits. Hey, if you move here, this would be a great fit. If you're a family, it's got great open park spaces. It's a small little town that's got a great donut shop. If you've got a small family to take the kids. Oh, great. I can imagine myself, because it's all about that imagination. You see that when, hey, imagine yourself living in this home. You could put the sofa here. And it's that imagine yourself living in this neighborhood. So it's taking them on that journey when they can see themselves in that house or in that neighborhood or in that street. And you could do that by showing them the neighborhood, showing them that street, and it bridges that imagination gap as well.
It's really good.
You do a lot of video replies on TikTok. Which I can see here, which we've talked about that today, and it's a feature that everybody should absolutely be using, and they very often perform well. What would you say is probably one of the most common questions that gets asked to you from the real estate community about TikTok, about growing the brand, about marketing?
Conversions. How can I create content that converts? Because as much as, yes, we can focus on the vanity metrics, the views, the followers, they're great and they can serve as trust. I mean, I work with a few brokers, and yes, they work as trust if you get another agent in, but more so it's how can I get them off the app? And we could do that with some of the strategies that we spoke about today in terms of like just being seen as that voice, that expert. So that is the biggest question, is how can I get this off? Now, obviously, we can use call to actions in our posts. We can create what we call offer posts. You know, hey, are you looking to sell or buy in the local area? Hey, reach out to me today. They work very great. And in terms of the comment replies, Jeff, the reason why I do that is because subconsciously, when what you're doing is if you're actively engaging with people that have commented before, subconsciously that actually gets people to want to comment more, ask questions. I can see that this creator is replying to questions in videos, so I get that chance to be in that spotlight. So how he might reply to me, I might get my username potentially seen by tens, if not hundreds, if not millions of people. And it's that kind of lottery factor. So it actually gets them to want to comment more. And that's why as a style, I find that to be a more successful posting style. And also, real estate professionals, is time is money, right? Time is money. So when it comes to sitting there and actually replying to a comment thoughtfully versus you're only just putting in on paper what your thoughts are in your head, get those thoughts out, because you're just building that closer connection. They're seeing your face, and the power of a face, the power of a voice on TikTok is going to increase that memorability as well. So for me, it's a lot easier to just quickly record my first response. It's increasing the touch points that people have with me, when we know there's 7 to 8 touch points between when people actually see you for the first time to that want to take that action. So that's an increased touch point as well. And it just saves me time than having to sit there and fiddle around on my phone thinking about it. Because again, often that translation of what's going on in our head and what's going on in our thumbs is a completely different story. So I just want to get that out as quickly as I can. And that's why I choose to do that way. And it's also a great example. I've got over 670 drafts, and they're all just comments that I need to go back. So I've basically got enough content to post 2 times a day for the next 335 days, if my math is correct.
Wow. He's gonna surpass you, Tristan, in how often he posts.
Well, how often are you posting daily? One official post or
So I schedule 30 minutes a day, and in that 30 minutes, I record anywhere from 5 to 8 posts in that 30 minutes. So what I'm always doing is making a batch creation, but in terms of myself, it's anywhere from usually 2 to 4 posts a day.
And are you creating natively in the app?
All the time, except for when I'm doing my walkthroughs or my tutorials. That's when I use an external app, because it's more so for screen recording as well, and add in stickers or fancy backgrounds to evoke trust. So there's certain psychological hacks that I use in my content that not many people know of, that you might not even know. If you see my videos, I can point out a few now that you'd be like, that makes sense. I see that, but I need to point them out, but subconsciously it tracks people. Now, when I do my screenshots, that ties into that as well, as opposed to recording and uploading a full screen. I shrink it down, and the backgrounds of my screen records actually correlates to the uniforms and the attire that I wear, as well as the colors that I use within my content as well.
And the videos that you're posting on a daily basis, are they also, do you include those responses by video as well as part of that, like 3 or 4?
Yeah. So that's any piece of content. So you can classify that as like a green screen. You can do that as a tips video, comment reply. It's all classified as a video. So
perfect. Yeah. Cool, man. So what are you looking to change up in the next few months that's got you excited?
For me, it's going with, so in terms of, do you mean as in like business, personal level, or TikTok level?
TikTok level and personal level, both.
Okay. So on a TikTok level, what's getting me excited is the push to 1 million. That's really exciting, because my goal is to serve and to help 1 million people. It's always been like a goal of mine. So that's on a personal level, and to continue to help more people. On the side level, it is putting everything that I know, all of my coaching, all of my training, into a do-it-yourself training course. At the moment, the only thing that I provide is a done with you service. So my one-on-one coaching program, actually we just launched the beta version of that, which was last week. So it's over 3.5 hours of recording, and that's me going through everything on how to build your audience, how to go live, how to use hashtags, how to create content pillars, how to convert and funnel people from your TikTok into external channels as well. So for me, it's actually doing a full-on rollout of that do-it-yourself program. So it is actually currently in beta at the moment, but the success, we're just kind of doing it is available. So I think Jeff has got the link. But yeah, so that's what excited me as we switch to then building a community and building more of a community, and then launching that as well. But also, doing group coaching models, getting more realtors in that community, because the only option they've got at the moment is one-on-one with myself or a do-it-yourself course. So it's rolling out to a larger scale group coaching, where you can be involved in that community, work with other realtors, share ideas, share feedback and insights into your posts, and then you're building up your own referral network as well.
And you mentioned the link. They are in the chat. So make sure you're paying attention to that chat, so you guys can grab these things. You can go follow, obviously, all of his pages, not just TikTok, but everywhere. And there also is the link to the do-it-yourself. And this all will be posted again on our group, Drunk on Social, which brings me back to kind of taking us away from TikTok just for a second. You mentioned it. Nobody's really mentioned much about Facebook today, except for you. Tristan and I are big proponents of it. It's where we originate from, especially this group. We love all social media, but Facebook tends to be taking a back seat in most conversations nowadays. It's all TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, right? And we even talked about LinkedIn today over Facebook. You said you have a big Facebook group. Tell us a little bit about that, and kind of, why you think that's a powerful strategy, not only for yourself, but maybe for people listening.
Yeah, it's a Facebook group. At the moment, we've just gone over 3,800 people. Now, I think the reason why that works very well is because we never want to be, the phrase, I'm not sure if you have it over there, is like put all your eggs in one basket, right? You need to own that data, because what's happened is, because anything can happen, especially on TikTok. If your account got shut down, where are you going to be? So you need to have something that you can fall back on. Now, for myself, I generate anywhere between 50 to 100 leads per day from TikTok, and they all funnel into a Facebook group. They all funnel into other channels as well, because within that, I go live. I put out all of my free resources, all of my free trainings. We do growth challenges. We do accountability support groups. So I match you up with other partners that you can maintain and be accountable. So there, it's that community, because what we don't get on TikTok is as much as, yes, we can comment on other people's profiles and engage with their profiles, it's not so much that two-way conversation. It's not where you can have that person that you can kind of speak to. So having a Facebook group is great, because we can get all of these like-minded people together that share similar passions, that share similar interests, that share similar struggles, that share similar desires, and we can openly share them in a public forum. And we can introduce ourselves and we can meet people. I know how powerful some of these larger real estate groups are for the power of referrals. And my ultimate goal is to build that big referral network within a Facebook group. So it's all a big integrated TikTok, Facebook community that you can then share and share leads, share referrals, and basically benefit each other within that group as well.
Interesting. We're trying to do the opposite, Josh. So we run the largest real estate group in the world. Mm-hmm. And now we're trying to go into TikTok. So it's very interesting. Very interesting. We should have you on more often. Dude, I'm surprised this is the very first time we're talking.
I'll be back. Don't worry. I'll be back. I'll be back if you have me. Dude,
for sure. Did we post up the link to his TikTok coaching? That's awesome.
And we'll do it again. Yeah, it's all in there. There's a question from Taylor, which is a good question. And they say that, and I don't want to screw this up and say she or he, so I don't want to assume. So I'm going to say they run a Facebook group with 10% of my city's population in it. 10% of their city's population in their Facebook group. It must be a smaller city, but damn, that's impressive. Who do I talk to about making that successful on? Well, I'm just going to ask you the question. How do you make that successful on other platforms and actually lead capture from it? How would you answer that question?
Good question.
So here's the thing. So I can kind of let you into a brief, quick strategy here and like what I do. So when I capture a lead, so I work on a lead magnet basis in terms of I have a lead magnet on my TikTok group, on my TikTok page. Now, what you're going to find if you go and access that lead magnet, I'm not going to send it to you straight away. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in my Facebook group and pin it to the top of the profile. And I'm going to send you an email saying, if you want this guide, you go into my Facebook group. So I'm automatically getting 20 to 30 people added into that Facebook group every day. Kind of briefly forgot the question, but in terms of if you want to collect emails, that's one way you do it in reverse. But on the flip side of that, it's make offers. Hey, I have a free guide. I've got a lead magnet. Hey, I've got a guide, which is the 10 best places to visit or insight into the market that's coming up, which is going to inform me the best time to sell. Here's a quick guide if you're looking to buy the best areas, or if you're looking to sell, here's 50 tips that you can use to increase the value of your home. Perhaps it's how you can navigate working with a realtor if you're nervous or have anxiety about working with a realtor for the first time. Now, within that, link it to a landing page. You can do this through some examples, MailChimp, very basic. You can do it through MailerLite. You can do it through ActiveCampaign. There's various other email lead capture forms that you can use. Now, within that, what you then need to do is you need to implement a nurturing campaign, which is daily emails, which is something that I will be looking at providing to my real estate students, a 30 to 180 day daily lead message or nurturing campaign that gives them tips, advice, insights from their local area that's going to help them, it's going to nurture them as well. So I would say focus on creating lead magnet content. An example would that be is, hey, I have a free 6-page guide on how you can set up your home to get the most money when looking to sell it. Who wants it? Drop a me in the comments. What you then need to do is go into those comments, personally reach out and message each of those person that said me and say, hey, here's a link so you can download it. Within that link, you just need a lead capture page, which is going to be very much simple. It's going to be a name, an email, and a phone number. From there, you can then decide how you can follow up with those people as well. But if you are on TikTok, I suggest that you take the strategy that I take. Put a lead capture page on there. Now, within that, send them an automated email. Once they put their lead capture in, push them to the Facebook group, and it's going to increase that ecosystem and build that network off the app as well. That is one strategy. For myself, I always focus on one thing. So if you're on TikTok, what's the one thing you want people to do? If you want to get a lead, if you want to get like them to contact you, put that one thing on your profile. We often get caught up in creating these link builders, these fancy link builders with lots of distraction, affiliate links, Amazon pages, gift shops, Instagram links. Go and check out all my other socials. No, keep it basic, keep it that one thing. because it's going to avoid any confusion. So anytime people get confused, be it in content, be it in any link building softwares, that's when you lose them. And that's where you can see a big drop off when people are coming to your site or coming to your link page also.
You know, what's interesting, Josh, I love that technique because we use lead pages for that. What I've also noticed is if you're looking to grow your Instagram, you just say, hey, DM me on Instagram when you're on TikTok.
Yeah.
And then I'll send you a picture. You just have to have a team to do that because it gets inundated. Right? Otherwise,
you do. Yeah. So there's various ways you can do it in terms of call to actions. And as you can mention, you could do it on, you could do a lead magnet post even on TikTok. If you go onto my TikTok, anyone that's listening now, go to my recent posts. I've literally just put out the most simplest video. Without checking my stats, I can always guarantee that I've got lots of emails that have been off the back of that as well. But yes, so it's a great way to build that omnipresence. And also you need to be sharing your posts on other socials. You're creating content, you're investing your time. Don't be limited on just posting it on to TikTok. Get that watermark off using apps such as like snaptik.app, Facebook Reels, Facebook Stories. Yes, Facebook does have a Reels also. Instagram Reels, Instagram Stories, YouTube Shorts, Pinterest. I think maybe, I'm not sure what Austin was talking about. We were talking about omni-channel presence focusing. I know he's heavily focused on Pinterest as well. Put it onto a blog, send your best hits to your audience every week. Hey, I just posted this great TikTok video. I think I wanted to share it with you this week. It was really great insights into how you can, the best places to visit this weekend in Oklahoma, the best place to visit in downtown Manhattan. Where we're thinking about cultural references as well. So,
dude, what a great idea. And I'm going to share your page right now. First of all, 822,000 followers. That's insanity. But you see the click right here, the link, you click it, and then it takes you to, well, it'll take you here, open anyway. 7-step guide how to get 100K TikTok followers in less than 6 months. That's his lead magnet right there. As soon as I click it, then fill it out, and then you get the info saying, hey, go to my Facebook group. It'll be pinned there. And then it starts a whole different cycle. I love that, man. This is exactly what everybody here should be doing, whether you're in real estate or whatever business you're in. That's beautiful.
But that doesn't take you to the page. What you get after that is you get hit with a page which talks more about my one-on-one growth training, my accelerated training with lots of, if you put your name in there, if you put your email in there, you're going to get served everything that's involved within my TikTok training. This is everything, including live testimonials, video testimonials, which are the most powerful thing. If you're on TikTok, if you're selling homes, record reactions of people that you're actually handing the keys across to, because these people, you're capturing that moment of happiness. You are proving I'm selling houses. And as a buyer, as a seller, I want to be working with a realtor who is selling. Because there's so many people that aren't selling. There's so many people that are what we call the snake charmers of the world. So this just funnels you straight in. You can get on a call with me to learn if we're a good fit for my one-on-one growth accelerator program and my one-on-one.
Nice. I love that. And you're using ClickFunnels. I see that.
Correct.
Awesome. Dude, that's beautiful. And who built that out, Josh? You built it or you have somebody else built it?
I work with a business coach and we built it together.
Nice. I love it. That was a complete, Jeff, I love that. The progression on that was beautiful, Josh.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Jacqueline asks what your Facebook group is called.
It's called TikTok Tips with Ginger Marketer. So we are going through a rebrand, but at the moment it's still TikTok Tips with Ginger Marketer. And if you do decide to go within the do-it-yourself TikTok Accelerator course, which is only $97 for the next 97 people, by the way, on top of that, you get access to the private community, which is a private group, which is a resource group where myself, my team are housed to answer any questions that you have about TikTok and to join anyone else that has gone forward and invested in that do-it-yourself. So there's actually one public group, but there's also a private group that you'll get access to if you do decide to invest in that do-it-yourself course as well.
Perfect. I'm answering questions as we go here as well. Some great questions. Amelia's saying, how do I sign up? How do we sign up for what you've got? Just go to that page.
Yeah. So 2 options. First up, if you do want to be interested to do it yourself, it's, I believe Jeff or someone in the group will share it, is thegingermarketer.com/TikTok-accelerator. That's the do it yourself. If you want me to hold your hand, if you want me to work with you, and actually kind of build a strategy, build your content pillages, actually look at every single post that you put on TikTok, tell you exactly how you can take all of this training and apply it to your own personal account. The best way, Tristan, is probably for people to go to my TikTok profile, download that free guide, go to the next page, exactly what you just shown on your screen today. And then from there, you can schedule in a call with myself and we can see if we're a good fit for my one-on-one coaching.
Dude, I hope a few of you who are listening in do that, because
I hope so too.
This is an amazing opportunity to be able to do this. And Joshua's going to get full, so he doesn't have time for all of you. So jump in early.
And I do only work with 10 active real estate students at any time. So at the moment, we've got 7. So I have opened up 3 spots this week. But as you did mention, Tristan, because it is an 8-week coaching program, that usually means that spots are filled up. So if those 3 people decided today to schedule in that call, chances are not only tomorrow, maybe Thursday, those spots will be filled back up, and I might not be open any until about March, April, when I take on the next 10 students.
And does it last for a month with you? 2 months? What does that look like?
2 months, 2 months one-on-one coaching.
Nice. I love that. Jeff, I signed you up.
Well, the funny thing is the thing that Joshua doesn't know about us is we helped London grow by 4 million followers on TikTok. So you better believe we're going to fill those 3 spots.
That's so good. Josh, you and London should totally talk. You guys would.
Wait, I see, yeah. Because I'm trying to think like, who's London? But then I just realized.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because yeah, that makes sense. Actually, gets confusing.
Yeah, well.
Keep an eye. Oh yeah, true, that too. Keep an eye on the chat. Ian is putting the links to everything in there, so you can go grab any of that. So I see some questions about the coaching link and how to access certain things. All the links are there. Go get into the thing about funnels is a lot of times, like, I think we look at it from a negative connotation, but when it comes to guys like this, like, I'm like, how do I get in that funnel? Put me in his web. Like, I want to get that stuff, and I think a lot of you should as well. Because clearly, dude, you're crushing it, man. I'm so glad we got to meet you.
Oh, wait, hold on. I got an email from him. This way you guys can see what's going on. All right, here it is. It says, hey, Tristan, tap here to join the group now. So
I'm impressed that you're doing this while we're talking to you, Josh. It's very impressive.
Here we go. And then, yes, I want to join the group. That's me. Yep. And now you can accept me and be like, required. The group is for coaches. Okay. Yes.
That answers a question that Mila just put in there as well. This is not just for real estate agents.
But what you'll find is that come tomorrow, you're going to get a message from my team mentioning, hey, you put your hand up, you need some personalized support. What I'm going to follow do is I will wait. I don't want to ruin the surprise. That's the thing.
Yeah. Don't ruin the surprise. I got it. I'm this far in. Hopefully people are following along too.
Yeah.
I love it, dude. Thank you so much. Jeff, any questions that we miss?
Gosh, I mean, I think we could keep talking to him for a hell of a lot longer. So we probably should stop here so we have more excuses to bring him back.
I definitely want you to come back, Josh.
How often are you in the States?
I'm not actually in the States. So
how often?
Not very often at all. Not very often at all. But I'd love to come back. What I'd love to do, especially next time, is really dive deep into any questions that people had, especially around TikTok, be it posting template strategies, how to use the app as well. That's the area of expertise that I do help with. With that said, obviously, I have a lot on my profile. If anyone's here has gone under the profile, how to use hashtags, the right hashtags to use, etc. Most of it is on there. But yeah, I'd love to come back if you guys will have me. I'd love to come to the States. I'd love to be more present over in the States. A lot of my audience is over there. So yeah, any chance that I can get, I'd love to kind of come across the pond, as they say.
Dude, what's the best platform? If somebody didn't get their question answered and they want to reach out to you and send you a DM, what's the best way to do that?
The best way would be to drop me a personal message. So it's josh@thegingermarketer.com. Make sure that if you ever kind of setting up an email address, you have your name, not @gmail.com. Just a quick tip there for anyone that is watching. If not, go into the Facebook group, tag me. So just whenever you go into the Facebook group, if you joined, if you've tried to get into it today, I'm going to go after this call and accept some people into that. Put @Joshua Moore or @GingerMarketer. Tag me in your question. What I'll do is I'll loop back tomorrow and I'll go and answer some of those personalized questions, and I'll actively personally reply to that question within that group as well.
And look, if you forgot everything, didn't pay attention, just go to his TikTok, click on the link, and then just follow that. Yep. Super.
Yep.
Super easy.
And for the 12,000th time, this is being recorded. You will be able to find replays. We're going to repurpose this in a bunch of different places. So go follow the Drunk on Social Facebook group. We're going to make sure Josh gets in there as well. And hopefully maybe even becomes a contributor and shares some tips and stuff. And we're going to see more of Josh. We'll have Josh on our podcast and gosh, everywhere else that we can. We appreciate you being here today, man. What time is it over there?
It's currently 8:51 p.m. So yeah, it's dinner and relax with the dog time right now.
All right, let's go, man. It's tea time, bro.
It is. It's tea time with the biscuits, indeed.
I love it. Josh, thanks for being on, buddy.
Hey, thanks, guys. Have a good rest of the day.
All right. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate you.
That was awesome, bro.
It was.
I love that guy. I was going through his funnel on the back end. I'm like, damn, because I used a different email address. I'm like, I need to show this because that's beautiful. See, when real estate agents, because most of you listening in are real estate agents, when you're going on TikTok or Instagram, we have so much knowledge that we can just write out on a piece of paper, put it on a Google Doc, make it into a PDF, and then give that away as the link. Then all of a sudden, you start gathering people's information and your database grows, right? So you can email them back, bring them in on everything else. That to me was the whole gamut of what we're trying to get you to do.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why I loved it. It was beautiful. And then in Happy Monday, dude, hashtag the next event's going to be called Happy Monday.
You know what? If I didn't feel like I'd offend somebody, I'd flick you off right now, but
it's tea time. Oh, that's so good.
All right. So those of you that have stuck around, we appreciate it. We've got one more awesome guest. If you guys don't know Zach Foust, he's going to be on here shortly. So in the meantime, let's talk a little bit more about our sponsors, talk about what's coming up. I'm going to start here first. So those of you that are still here, you're clearly overachievers. We're going to be hosting a live event. If you missed this in Santa Barbara in May 20th, 21st, this is going to be very intimate.
What was the other? Intimate and private.
Yes, both. Yes. In other words, you're going to get a lot of, like one-on-one time, closeness to us. We're actually going to hang out. And Tristan, we didn't put this on here, but those of you that are listening, I'm going to stick around. Tristan lives out there. I'm going to stick around till Sunday. Some of my family's coming with me and we're going to hang out on Sunday too. So that's not going to be anything formal, but like this means a lot to the both of us and getting to know the people that drink the same Kool-Aid that we do. That's important to us. And so we want to spend some time with you. So keep an eye out and we'll put the link to sign up. Anybody who wants to get on this early, because here's the deal. We're not sure if we're going to open this up to more than 20, maximum 50.
Yeah. Well, the room, first of all, can't hold more than about 50 comfortably. Right.
Yep.
So we wanted to stay in around 30, no more than 30. And we've held 2 events there in the past and we've capped it to about 30 and it's really good size.
Yep.
So do we even have a link for this or is this just like all wishful thinking?
Yeah, no, and put the link in the chat. Check it out there. We're going to obviously promote it on the Drunk on Social Facebook page. And as soon as obviously it runs out, it's going to run out and it is what it is. And we'll plan another one probably, but get yourself in on that because not only is it going to be obviously just the 2 of us, which might actually undersell that or desell it, I should say. But we're going to be inviting some of our good friends. So London might be there. D-Rock.
We have to pay London. So then he'll show up.
Exactly. And so some of our good friends who are crushing social on different platforms, we're going to be inviting out there. We haven't talked anything about YouTube today. Some of our good friends that are crushing YouTube are going to be there. So it's going to be we're going to cover everything over the time that you spend with us. And you're definitely going to walk away from, if nothing else, with a lot of laughs. I can promise you that. But, so that's that. Tristan, let's get back to, I mentioned these 5 critical questions. If you didn't take this picture, do it. Like, not only do you need to figure this out for yourself, but this is a content. You could create content around this, but I wanted to share because I think it's important, some examples that signing up for a platform like BrandFace, what it can do for your business. So here's an example of Jim and Carrie who quadrupled their sales the same year they completed their brand. And then a year later, they tripled again. How many of you would like to do that? You should probably get on their books. Nicole is obviously crushing 4 million in sales in her first year coming from an entirely different industry. How many of you on this call are new to real estate? This is kind of a big deal. And please put the links to BrandFace in the chat if you would. Jen Fast doubled her sales the year after completing her brand. Oh, let's see here, Tristan. How many more do we have? We've got another one. Sydney. Oh, I know Sydney well. She is a stud, and clearly also a stud in real estate, as she tripled her sales by by defining her brand. And so, we align. And let me say this: as everybody here knows about us, is everything that we do is really free by and large, because we just realized that's who we are, right? It's we talked earlier about Tristan, trolls and haters, right? And you and I, one of the reasons I think we connected so well and aligned so well is because your kindness is, the way you are just so kind on social. I love that. And to me, I actually have a video coming out on my TikTok, ironically, where I talk about that and how to combat haters. And it's with kindness. You can ignore them. Sure. That is one strategy, but the best way to make a hater run from you and never come back to you is show them love. They don't even know how to reply. It like blows their mind. So and it's I don't even know where the hell I was going with that, but
me either, but it sounded good.
Well, kindness.
The fact that you led with my name.
Oh,
you had my attention.
all the free stuff that we offer. I forgot about all the free stuff that we offer. But the reality is this, and part of the reason why we promote the video school, which, let me put that back up here one more time as well. The reason we promote video school, the reason we promote BrandFace, the reason we promote Instagram Power Method and SocialCoach, and we've got more coming, is because that you can't give away free stuff if we don't have people helping us put that on. You think all of this is just free? No, Tristan and I come out of our pocket for a lot of this stuff. And of course, it's our vendors who are helping us. So it's important to support them, but it's strategic, right, Tristan? It's not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry company. It's companies that align with the messages that we're putting out. It's people that align with the kindness, with giving and coming from a place of abundance. And that's what all of these companies are. So if you didn't grab this already, why? Scan it, take a picture of it, go to Business Video School, check them out.
That's funny.
And one more, I'm gonna give Michelle some more love here too, because she and I have been messaging throughout this, and she's in the audience right now, and she's sharing with me. Michelle, tell me what it is you're sharing with me here. This is it's a testimonial from there. There's Zach. Hold on, Zach. A testimony from somebody who hired the Instagram Power Method. Their client production from Instagram, as a result of her this course, has increased 40% of her total revenue. And it's absolutely insane. So again, we're not just peddling this stuff because they wrote us a check. We're peddling it because it works and because we believe in social media, and all of this ties back to social media. So, show these people some love, show these people a lot of love, and go follow a Drunk on Social Facebook group, because they're on there and they're giving away all kinds of free stuff. And I see N dropping all kinds of stuff in the chat. So in the meantime, let's talk to this ghost who's at the, looks like they're at the Mandalay Bay is where I can see. Is that right, Zach? It's a hell of a backdrop. If you guys don't know Zach Foust, you're in for a treat. We're talking tons of energy. We're talking, Tristan, why don't you pull up his TikTok page?
Let me grab it.
Real estate agent out of Delaware is who Zach is. If you don't know, damn near living under a rock, I think. He's got 1.6 million followers on TikTok. Zachary Loft.
There we go. Let me grab it right now. Well, that ain't it. There we go. That's it. All right.
Go back up. 47 million likes. I mean, that's average at best, Zach. Can't you do better than that? Look at that. Prison Army Realtor. Follow Instagram for a taco. Actually, I wanted to ask you about that, Zach.
For a taco.
When he gets here, we're going to ask him about that. But if you watch his content, you watch his energy, and you watch how he does this zoom in, zoom out content,
it's the stories. It's the stories, man.
So
those stories get me.
So good.
It's funny. I was following him, and then I think maybe like 4 videos in, way back, I was like, oh, this guy's a real estate agent. Cause he got me on the military stories way back.
Yep. Worked at a prison.
Yeah. So that was really good.
Just had a good story about getting new teeth. That was cool to see.
That was really cool to see. I like that one a lot too.
Well, I imagine he'll come here soon. Oh,
there we go. There we go.
What's up?
I mean,
we were running out of nice things to say about you, dude.
We were heading to the bad shit. So,
which you can approach very quickly. How are you two?
Good, man. How are you?
Fantastic. Out here in Vegas for like 3 different things. So I'm running around with just crazy, just nuts. But I'm super excited to be here.
You're with Glennda.
Yes. I'm speaking on stage with Glennda and Say It tomorrow. And I have an event we're doing at 2:30 Pacific here after this, and then another one tonight. So just enjoying getting to connect with all these amazing people.
Zach, have you hired somebody to follow you around yet with a camera to create that live content?
Yes. Yes, actually we have.
How's that going?
It's actually, well, we couldn't do it here only because of the Elite Retreat. It's an exclusive event that couldn't get any media people outside of the Tom Ferry people in here. But overall, for things like vlogs we've been doing, some internal stuff throughout the office we haven't released yet. It's looking really good. But we're trying to get more toward, kind of the live day-to-day because that is something that more and more people we're seeing are enjoying.
When did the opportunities for you start just coming from left and right? Was that recent or did it happen?
Clubhouse.
Yeah, I would say probably, around a year ago when Clubhouse was getting rocking and rolling, because I think Clubhouse was an amazing place where a lot of people who had been successful in a lot of different things all got to come together and connect. And, you're able to find the people who were doing things like you that you just never would have met before, and to be able to connect at such a scale that Clubhouse allowed for. Yeah, I'd say that's a really good pin on the map. Yeah.
Interesting. All right, Zach, let's officially get this going. Tell us a little bit about yourself. What area are you in and how long you've been in the business?
Yeah, so I'm a realtor here in Delaware. If this was a live crowd, I'd say, who's here from the 302? And no one would say anything. So I'm from Delaware, and we have a team in brokerage out of Milford. Been a realtor now for 5 years as of this morning, 5 years today.
Wow.
And that was all off the cusp of being in the military, Department of Corrections, bouncing around between law enforcement jobs, really didn't have any kind of scope as to what I want to do with my life. And then TikTok came along about 2 years into my career. And the wildest part is I was building a team. We had 3 people. We were doing okay. People knew who we were. All right. We were growing. We were just getting into our video kind of rhythm where people were starting to see our content out there. And thing happened where I ended up getting TikTok and deleting it twice. And it wasn't until the 3rd time where I had shot a video for one of my friends and it went viral. And I was like, shit, that's my video. And I was joking. It was obviously his video. It's him, this girl getting engaged, but I shot it. But I was like, 60,000 views. Like, good, what is that? So I got onto TikTok, and even though, I had been fired twice from my jobs before, demoted twice in the military, had 2 years of real estate under my belt, and really need to keep grinding my face to the ground and make something happen with this, I didn't think the next step in my life was going to be making silly videos that are under 60 seconds. But it turns out that was the next step in our life, and it's grown immensely since. The team's up to now we have 23 with staff and agents. We're going to do 100 million in sales this year. And from there, I mean, it's really just kind of growing as it goes. There are opportunities popping up left and right. It's about picking the right ones for myself and everyone else around me, and just looking forward to keep growing and surrounding myself with like-minded people like you, gentlemen.
When was this? When did you get on TikTok? So when was the first time and when was the 3rd time?
Got you. So the first time was November of 2018. That was a month after they had been acquired, or they acquired Musical.ly. I had a friend of mine who was on Musical.ly. He said, hey, this TikTok thing, you already kind of do the video. Like, this might be something to get on early. And I got on. I was like, this is stupid. Got off. Again, in February, he hit me, same guy, all 3 times. And then by the third time, I was like, all right, cool, I'm gonna keep it. And that was late April of the following year, so like 2019. So coming up on the 3-year anniversary.
Who is this person? He's brilliant.
His name is Rob. His name is Rob Vogel. He is brilliant, and he is a great mentor in my life. And he's a great spiritual counsel, as well as just an amazing man and leader. And I respect and listen to what he says, except when he tells me to download an app, apparently. But he's just somebody who's always speaking good words, and he's very good at being self-aware of others, being able to look at situations and being like, you know what, Jeff would be good at that. He's just one of those guys. So he's like, TikTok would be your thing. I was like, yeah, but it ended up working out. So I've paid for a few dinners for him since then.
I like that, man. So I'm assuming right now through social media, recruiting has been a lot easier.
Scalable. Yeah, I wouldn't say easier, just because we are putting a lot of fucking work into the backside. I'm sorry, a lot of work into the backside of things to not just be, I won't put a name out there, just like big box, just like, hey, sign this. Okay, cool. You're not a realtor. Go do something. We want a really good structured system. We are so big on our culture. So we did put out a scholarship, which was our first time openly recruiting. We've always kind of recruited from, the random DM comes in, or I have a friend of mine who has a friend. We never openly recruited before, and I was terrified. The first day we had 85 applications for our scholarship. So that was like nuts. And thankfully we were able to drive that all the way down to 9 people. And we hired all 9 people, paid for their schooling, and now they're going through the schooling process. A couple have already come out on the other side.
Wow. I like that, man. So tell me how people typically, they watch your videos, then they either approach you, they want to become real estate agents, or
Sure.
they want to buy real estate. Tell me how that's grown and how you're able to convert.
Man, that's been the age-old question that continues to get answered. I think what TikTok has made is a brand. I think that's what everyone gets when they grow on a social media platform, especially like TikTok, with the virality so crazy. And you're getting seen by, anybody and everybody that the algorithm deems correct to see your content. It's not like a storefront where I can determine, okay, cool. If they walked in here, they're probably interested. Let me talk to them about my product. It's random people. So it's been more of a branding battle for me personally. But then on the form of conversion, it's just been the occasional uppercut to the chin, the occasional right hook, as Gary Vaynerchuk would say. It's been the occasional, real estate content, the occasional ask, the occasional, hey, I do have the ability to hook you up with anyone throughout the world. Let me refer you out to somebody. It's really been that. To say I have an on piece of paper strategy of, hey, I need to post this many times, this many ways, and then I need to ask them this way to land them on this landing page. I don't get too into that on TikTok. I focus more of my energy on that when it comes to my middle of funnel and bottom of funnel audiences, where I feel TikTok is definitely top of funnel.
Nice. All right. That answered my question. Jeff.
I have so when it comes to your strategy, you have a very unique strategy when it comes to the driving in car, lots of energy, loud, in, out, zooming in, right? So is that like intentional? Was it accidental? Like, where does that come from? And tell us a little bit more about that.
It was accidental at first. I mean, when I first started TikTok, I was just throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what stuck. And I felt like it was like uncooked spaghetti. Nothing was sticking. So I didn't really have any type of strategy. I was just a kid who downloaded an app. When it came time to see, okay, cool, we're growing, we're moving, then that's when more of the strategy creeped into it. And I know I didn't really answer your question super specifically, because I'm trying to think of it as, can you phrase the question a different way?
Let me ask a follow-up. Yeah. So first of all, go check out and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. You'll see these videos. And the reason I'm asking is twofold. One, they seem spur of the moment, like you have a thought and you
got you. So you're asking if in those spur of the moment videos, am I purposely doing those things to maintain the consistency of the brand? Yes.
Yeah.
But at the same exact time, it's natural. So I'm not trying to do anything that I wouldn't naturally already do, if that makes sense. So, the zoom in, zoom out to me is like the visual version of sending an email and then there's one sentence that's bolded and then this one's underlined, and then it's like, okay, I really want some impact at this moment for one reason or another. And it could be entertaining impact, dramatic impact, stupid impact, whatever. And I've gotten better at my timing there, but that's how I am. Like, I talk with my hands, I move left and right, my energy's always up for the most part. So it's just kind of easy to be myself on there, and people, you know, seem to like it. Not all of them. There's definitely people that absolutely hate it.
It's the exact opposite.
You know, they can die. No,
it's the exact opposite of Glennda. And that's what I want to point out to the audience is that there's no one way to skin this cat.
Nope. Me and Glennda, I've said it time and time before, and I'll say it again. Me and her are on opposite sides of the same scale. We're both doing the same thing, but just in completely different fashions. And I'm not saying I'm a 10, she's a 10, I'm a 1, she's a 1. It's more of a just, where do you fall on this scale? Yeah. Just be somewhere on it and consistently be on it. Because if I pulled up and started doing what Glennda did, or Glennda pulled up and started doing what I did, our audiences would be like, this isn't you. Yeah. So it's, you know, so that's a great way of putting it though. The Glennda is 100% different. That is the analytical, tactical, get in, get out, batch shoot, professional camera, all real estate, while mine is, as you so clearly stated, the complete opposite.
Well, what are your niches? What have you identified as your pillars? Like, what do you go to mostly?
The car videos are definitely a good one, but story times have always been something I've fallen back on. I've had an interesting come up in the real estate world, and I don't talk about it too much outside of TikTok, really. My time in the military, Afghanistan, you know, in and out of prison as a correctional officer, not a inmate. But I like saying in and out of prison. It sounds good. And fun fact, I wrote the business plan for Loft Realty in section 23W of the Wilmington, Delaware prison. So that's always a funny little hook to a conversation. But yeah, it's definitely been a fun growth figuring out my style. And I think that's why so many people struggle in the video world, is because they don't take the time to find their style and they try to adapt someone else's when they're nowhere near naturally being able to communicate the way that person communicates naturally.
What Glennda said, like she got pissed off because somebody tried to be her. And it's like, go ahead and copy my stuff, but be you in doing it.
Yeah. Yeah. And other realtors have copied what I do, and that's absolutely fine. And if one person out of it finds their own little niche way of doing it from doing that, awesome. But you're right. 99 people will try to copy and paste and it just won't work. And they'll be like, oh, TikTok sucks. Well, no, you just didn't give it the right shot.
Zach, Christina has a question. She says, late bloomer here. Haven't posted a TikTok yet. Just realized TikTok has a business account. I'm assuming based on IG, that's what I want to do.
Business accounts will allow you on TikTok to have more algorithmic features. And it also is a requirement if you're going into the world of TikTok ads, which I have not delved into. I'm not the person to talk to on that. But overall, I don't think it's too big of a deal. I think you can have a very standard account and do just as well. And it's absolutely zero difference. I compare it to like having a golf ball when you first start golfing. You know, most golfers want like Titleist and they want Nikes and Bridgestones. Well, if you're just getting started in golf, you can go get a noodle and have a great day, and it's not going to affect your score at all. So it's once you get to the point of, you know, now every move that's being made is tactical and planned and strategized and scaled. That's when I start making the moves of those tiny little things like that. I wouldn't worry about that getting started. I would worry about that 100 videos down the road when you started to figure out your niche.
That's a great answer. And also, if you go to the business route, they limit you as to what type of music you can use on your videos too, which kind of sucks.
I've heard that. Yeah. I got grandfathered in back before they did that. So I get to have business and both, thankfully.
Dude,
but
I love that.
Yeah. So I got grandfathered in under some weird thing. I'd like them to just verify, but you know.
Nice, dude. That's next. Do you have your own TikTok person? Come on.
I'm trying to. If anyone out there has got a TikTok guy in their back pocket, would love to schmooze on them and buy them around a golf.
Dude, you should talk to Glennda. That's who you need to talk to.
Yes, absolutely.
Speaking of, you played golf in Vegas. Did you play with Bob West?
I did not. I don't know
That's
who Bob West is. I'd love to meet him.
He is an EXP realtor out in Vegas. He's a good dude, and he's a scratch golfer. He was a professional golfer. He's a hell of a guy.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, gotcha. Now I'm playing with Hank Cassie out here. It was a good time. The Vegas golf's fun. Ball flies off the driver, that's for sure.
I saw that post yesterday.
Yeah, I was like, I'll golf here every day.
Yeah,
all right. That. Question here from Lorenzo, and then we'll go to you, Jeff. Sorry.
No, that's what I was going to ask.
Do you post the same video in all of the platforms, or do you change it up?
Usually, I will 100% redistribute content. Does it always mean it's a copy and paste of the same exact video? No. Is it sometimes? Yes. One thing I've said before, and anyone who's heard me talk about this before, I want to update. I always talk about, or I always did talk about, don't worry about the TikTok logo. Now you have to worry about the TikTok logo when going other places. Instagram has already put out now that it will not show your video outside of your followers if you have the logo on there. So I just go to TickSaver, I think is what it's called. I download the video. And yes, I love to post that on my Instagram story. I love to post that on my Facebook story. I love to go through all the different places that host a short form vertical content organically and just post them there. Like, for example, like all of my Facebook reels, anybody out there know what Facebook reels are? I hope you do, because I've gotten 1 million views in a month off a platform that I had because here's the thing. When it comes to TikTok, first of all, I have my following on TikTok and went to Clubhouse. No one on Clubhouse knew me from TikTok. I grew the following on Clubhouse. Then we have Facebook Reels, and now I've built following and videos on Facebook Reels. What I'm saying is all three of these places we're doing this, we're doing things the right way, and we're just simply naturally growing there, not one growing off the other. Because I got people to say that. They're like, oh, you get a lot of views because you got a lot of followers. Well, it's not exactly how the For You page on TikTok works. But when it comes to repurposing the content, absolutely. Post it on Facebook and Instagram Reels. Post it on YouTube Shorts, Facebook and Instagram Stories. Twitter and LinkedIn have stories. YouTube has stories if you have enough subscribers. Like, any place where you can get more content in front of people, the better.
Are you shooting the videos, which I know a lot of them you aren't because you're zooming in and out. And I know that's the thumb thing in TikTok, but are you shooting some of your videos?
Instagram has it too.
Correct. Reels. But yep. Are you shooting some of your videos because you say you remove the logo, the watermark, but are you shooting, because Tristan and I kind of are believers in shoot it on your phone, then upload it natively to each platform, edit it, and then do whatever you got to do. You know what I mean? So do you do much of that?
I have never shot a TikTok on my native camera, unless it was a random video I happened to shoot. And then I was like, oh, this would be good for TikTok. I've never said I'm going to make a TikTok and open up my camera, only because the natural features within the cameras are so good on both of them. And Instagram is great at copying and pasting everything else that everyone else is great at. So they have a very good camera as well. Go figure. They're coming out now with subscription style services for creators on Instagram as well. I'm sure you guys have heard of that. Just like I can't remember the subscription service name, but almost like a Twitch where you can have different levels of membership to support creators in lieu of getting other things. Patreon is what it's called. But I love the TikTok and Instagram cameras, and both of them are both very good. Instagram can be a little harder to download the video sometimes. Sometimes they'll try to mute your audio. I do have a couple hacks for that. So if you run into that problem and you want to know how to solve it, just DM me on IG. It's Zachary.loft on Instagram, by the way. If anyone has a question that they don't want to ask now, or maybe they feel like there would be a bother or their question's too specific, just DM me. I'd love to chat with you all.
We haven't had this question asked today, and I know the answer, but I'm gonna let you answer it. Okay. So Katie asks about the music that you're using on TikTok, and it's obviously all licensed music. Should you be concerned when you're downloading that video to your phone and then repurposing it to other platforms with that licensed music?
Yeah, and I've run into that a couple times. So I'll speak to music first. The music side of things is easy, as long as when you download the TikTok and repost it to Reels, Reels, just have the sound that you used on TikTok, use the sound. So what I do is I upload the video that has the song already in it. The song's already there. The audio is coming through. Then I'll go through, add a sound. I'll add the same exact song. So if it was Enter Sandman, I'll look up Enter Sandman. I'll say, I want to use Enter Sandman. and it'll start playing the music. And now obviously there's 2 songs going on. So I'll just mute the one organically in Instagram. But I did what Instagram wanted. I gave credit to the licensed artist. So that's what I do there. As far as sounds, I have run into that issue where I'll use a sound of somebody else's and then I can't credit them because I can't find them. Like I had a Facebook reel that went viral. And it was talking about the Apple. Some guy made a video about like the Apple's the real estate market. Everyone tried to get the Apple. So I made my own version of it. And on the TikTok app, obviously it tags back and does all that. And on Instagram, I was able to tag him. Facebook, I couldn't find him. And so I have run into that issue, but it's something that can be fixed. And I think over the near future, as this is becoming more and more common to have licensed music, you know, how YouTube has just been always a stickler for it for years and Facebook's been a stickler for it for years. I think we'll see more platforms become open to it and probably get better systems around it.
Love it. What are your preferred editing apps? Clipping and editing.
There you go.
So for short form, it's rare that it comes outside of the TikTok or Instagram apps. When it comes to text overlay with multiple clips. So if you're doing a video, and I might have just sounded like a scientist to some people right now, but if you are talking about a video where you're going to have a bunch of text come up on the screen, it's going to be timed to the music, timed to something you do, or it's educational and you want to hit it in a certain way, whatever it is. I like Instagram for that because it does have like this cool little feature where if you're trying to move the text left and right, trim it, it'll actually magnetize to the beginning or end of the clip. Really like that. On the TikTok end of things, I think it's easier to do everything else. So it really depends on what you're looking to do as to which one you shoot with. But I find myself using most of those, both of those for the most part. And then when it comes to anything I need outside of that, if I need different captions, if I need more precise trims or something like that, I'll do InShot. INSHOT. That is my go-to.
Good question, Pam. And we mentioned this earlier too, only because Business Video School teaches this stuff. Filmora for desktop, they say, is the easiest and most, you know, it's got the most uses and most features. And personally, and Video School does this, but I also use it. Viva Video is a great app for editing. I have used InShot as well before. That's a good app as well.
I like InShot.
Another question from Andrew, and he's asking for a friend. Andrew Harwood asking for a friend. Teasing you, Andrew. Is it good or bad to have multiple TikTok accounts?
TikTok.
Oh, it's
TikTok.
Or that.
Yeah. So between TikTok and Instagram and anything else under the sun, stop making multiple accounts. Stop, Andrew Harwood's friend. It doesn't make sense. All right. It just doesn't make sense. If you are not in charge of something bigger than yourself or something that has a brand outside of you that you truly don't want your face associated with, then cool. Get your second profile. But until you have the leverage via other people's time to run another profile to scale yourself out farther, there's no point. Like, for example, I've said this multiple times, 2 to 3 social medias at a time. Stop trying to be the jack of everything. 2 to 3. And that goes for profiles too, because if you have a business profile and a personal profile, guess what? That's 2. You have maybe 1 other left that you can focus your time on. So why would you focus all your time on this real estate professional page? Because all you're telling your consumer is that here's me and here's the version of me you're allowed to see. This is private. You can't see this. This is me selling homes. This is my personal life. But for some reason, I'm very against you seeing what I do with my family. I'm very against you seeing what I like. I'm very against you learning about who I am as a person. So unless you want to buy a home, go away. Yeah. That's what I read when someone else has that profile. They are so cut off from sharing their personal life. That's, to me, not the person I would want to buy or sell a home with. Now, of course, there's a level of professionalism. And I know some of the ladies out there are like, you know, I'll go to the beach and I'll be in a bikini picture and I don't want to have a profile. Okay. Or I'm a dude and, you know, I like to drink beer and I don't want to be drunk. Okay. Maybe you got to adjust the overall plan though. Maybe you got to adjust the overall arcing style of your content, not try and split your content into 2 or 3 different platforms.
Yeah. And we've had a couple of questions kind of follow up to that. Similar question about so we know this answer, like one account and share everything, business and personal. In fact, it should be mostly authentic stuff, mostly passionate, your stuff, passion projects, and then sprinkle in the business, because that's not why people are there. But these other people, there are two questions here. Taylor asked and Aaliyah asked about what if you have other ventures. So Taylor, or Aaliyah, I'm sorry, has an account that is specific to real estate and personal. So she's doing that right. But then another one that focuses on horses because they have a business breeding horses.
Absolutely.
I think you should combine all of them, but what's your answer?
I would say absolutely. If it makes you feel better, if you have two completely different businesses that face completely different avatars, okay, that's the biggest thing for me is who's the avatar that's seeing this content. One of the biggest, another reason why those business profiles are so silly in most points or in most cases is because the 300 people that follow you on the business account and the 1,000 people that follow you on the personal account, well, the 300 that are here already exist in that 1,000 over here. No one just follows a real estate account. It doesn't happen. No one follows a random realtor on Instagram. They follow the person that happens to sell the homes.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say in that case, examine who your ideal avatar is. Are these the same people? Do they come from the same place? Do they end up always getting the interface with me or someone around me? And if you can find out that a lot of the people are the same, a lot of the behaviors and styles of those avatars and clients are the same, put in the same place. But if you're got a horse farm in Georgia and you're selling real estate out of Florida, then understood. Just know that you need to probably leverage at least partially one of those. I would say the horse side of things. If you're in a joint venture with someone else, maybe have them cover the Instagram side of things and content, and you can focus all your content on your personal page. Because I say the same exact thing when we have, like, for example, we own our own brokerage. Will, I just saw your question. So yes, we do have a social presence, but we own our own brokerage. And I have agents that are like, well, I want to start a Google My Business page because I want to get reviews for myself. I want to build my business. I want to grow. I'm like, that's fantastic. I want you to do that exact thing, but hear me out. I would rather, and you would rather at the end of the day, have your review on the Google My Business page that has 450 plus 5-star reviews. Google will put you with our Google My Business page. If they search Andrea Jones, it'll come up Law of Realty. Look at all the reviews Andrea Jones has. It'll do it for you, as opposed to having 4 reviews on your own profile. And it's kind of like the same thing with social media. Is I would rather have one action-packed, fully capable, super strong, everything all in one page than have to log in and out of different accounts to see, okay, is this for this one or is this for that one?
It's funny too, because Taylor's, you know how the Aaliyah's was horse breeding. Taylor's is breeding stingrays and exotic fish. How about that? It's good. Oh. Both goes back to animals. Huh, interesting.
But yeah, and share that stuff with your normal audience.
That's what I'm saying.
Just share it. Like, share it all. Throw it all out there.
Well, so here's the follow-up is, and this is what he said, is I get nervous about chasing fish people off with real estate and real estate off with fish. And I think you're overthinking it, to be honest with you, because I actually think you're going to end up, there's going to be some crossover of the two. And as long as you're doing it tactfully, and again, you're not overselling real estate anyway, but the whole fish and stingray thing, that's freaking fascinating. And fascinating. So many people would be so drawn in and attracted to your brand, you as a human, because of that. You're missing opportunity. That's just my slightly passionate opinion.
I agree with your slightly passionate opinion.
Okay, good. What about, here's another good question. We get this one a lot. It was about teams. So let us say, what if it's a team of multiple agents, say 3 of them? Should they all just share one TikTok account and upload to it? What do you recommend there?
Oh, so that's a good one. That's a really good one. And I've said firm yeses and firm nos to different people based off their own situation. I think right now we're seeing a corporate wave of people getting on TikTok, and they're getting a very successful result from having one person who runs the account. Whether they hide behind effects and trends and never show themselves on camera, or they do, there's usually one person who's normally in charge. Can the team be involved? Sure. Yes. I don't have a team account, even though I have a team. I do have some clients like Cassie Spears. If you want to follow her on TikTok, Cassie Spears team, they run, Taylor runs their TikTok account. and they're all involved. You'll see it on their Instagram too, but Taylor's in charge of it. Cassie, running the team, has her own personal page that she runs. She never posts on the team page. So when it comes down to that, it really depends. A, do you have the leverage to try it? And B, is it worth it? Is it worth it to have multiple TikTok accounts right now? I really don't think so.
Yeah.
I really don't think so. I don't think we're there. I don't think we will get there unless something changes. I think Instagram and Facebook and YouTube are like the only places where you even have that debate.
Yeah. Well, and if you've listened to the common thread, the common message from every guest we've had today, it's all about bringing value. It's all about education. It's all about them, not about you. Yeah. And so if that's what you're doing, then you should just mesh everything together. But if you're going on social and selling, then damn it, yeah, you probably should keep it separate. You're also probably not going to have a lot of success on social, because that's not it's not business media for a reason. So
I got this question from someone the other day, because I said pretty much the same thing. I said, if you're just gonna be salesy all the time, make calls, don't make content.
Yeah.
And he was like, well, why would I even be on social media then if I can't sell to them? I'd say, oh,
did we lose him?
We lost him temporarily.
Side of the road with a sign.
Start that up.
Like a bill.
Zach, start over. Start that over. We lost you for a second.
Okay. If I cut off at all, let me know. I'm on hotel Wi-Fi. So
no worries. No worries.
So let me say you're on the side of the road and you got a billboard. You own a billboard, just a nice little area. What can you control about the people that see that billboard? Nothing really, other than the fact that I'm guessing that they probably live near in the area. They commute down that road. It might be a 15-mile radius of the average person that's going to see that billboard. But ultimately, I can't decide much of anything about who that person is going to be, how old they are, how young they are. Are they driving a car? What kind of car are they driving? Are they on a bike? Are they on a motorcycle? Are they in a bus? Are they in an Uber? I don't know anything about these people other than possibly where they live. That is TikTok and Instagram. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So, cool. So that's TikTok and Instagram. It's non-consent content. I have no consent as to what that next video is going to be, what that next post is going to be. When I scroll my thumb, I have no clue what it's going to be. When I drive down the road, I have no clue what billboards are going to be up there, nor do I have a choice. All right. If I got to go there, that's the direction I'm going to go. And I might see the content on the way. And that is where people want to do all the sales. Well, when's the last time you've ever saw a billboard and said, I want that, called it and said, I need this thing you have on the billboard? If it's happened to anyone watching, it was probably rare. It's probably unique. But for the most of us, we probably couldn't count on one hand the amount of times that's ever happened. So with content, you just want to bring awareness. You want to bring entertainment. You want to bring edutainment, as Glennda would say.
Uh-oh.
We lost you again, buddy.
Uh-oh.
Wait, back in and
out. Hey, this is a notice to anyone going to Vegas that the Wi-Fi at the Mandalay Bay is not very good.
The Wi-Fi just sucks. Plain sucks at the
Glennda had good Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
she was also in Vegas.
I was just trying to remember. Maybe she's just at a different wing.
Well, maybe she is in a VIP room or something.
Jeremy. Jeremy's like, stop talking bad about it. We love Vegas.
Hey,
the Wi-Fi at that place sucks.
I love it. Well, you know what? If we lose him, there he is. He's back. We're going to wrap up anyway, but Zach, there you are.
Let's try one more time. So where did I cut off? Do you know the exact word? I'll pick right back up. I've said this before. I'll say it again.
No, because we started talking crap on the Mandalay Bay.
That's right.
Beautiful.
It was all about Wi-Fi.
Yeah, Wi-Fi is terrible. So Facebook and Instagram are no consent content. The next time I scroll my thumb up, I have no consent as to what's going to happen other than what I'm relying on, like community guidelines and shit like that. I'm hoping I'm not going to see anything crazy. No one get murdered. But, I have no consent really. But think about it. If I went onto Google and I type something in and then I click on an ad or a link or organic site or whatever, and I go to that site and then I give them my information. Now, if that person gives me their information, I get their phone number and name, do I have permission to jump on the phone and have a sales-facing conversation with that person? Of course. They went through 3 levels of consent to get to me. They had the search around the subject I wanted to be around, or my SEO was targeted around. They then, out of 12 to 15 options, if they just stay on the first page for organic and ads, clicked mine and then got onto my site, didn't drop, and entered in their information. I would say yes, call the hell out of them and sell them until they buy or die.
Yeah.
But with content, I'm trying to drive them to the point where they're on my site eventually, where they're comfortable enough to be on my platforms and where I'm gaining their information. Facebook and Instagram are the billboards of the world. And that is where you need to be entertaining and brand presence and awareness focused. Whereas Google and YouTube and sales funnels that you can run via ads on Facebook and all these different things where you actually want to sell, well, that's more like a storefront. That's more like they're walking into your storefront. They've searched for something, they clicked on you. That's when they're in your storefront and you can walk up to them and say, hey, can I do anything to help you? But if you're just a random person at Walmart and I walk up to you, Jeff, and I'm like, hi, my name's Zach. Can I do anything to help you?
That's
you'd be like, who the? Yeah, you'd be like, who the hell is this guy? And that's what we do when we post these reels saying, I'm the #1 listing agent in Dover. Who gives a fuck?
Yep.
I don't know who
you see,
are.
Jeff, stop shooting those videos already, dude.
You know what? I love holding my trophies up. I don't have any to hold up. So,
yeah, and of course you got to share the trophies and the awards and achievements. You can do all that, but it's just these people constantly. It's the analogy I gave of the bar. Like, you're not going to walk up to some girl or guy at the bar and say, hey, you want to come home with me? My parents are there. I want you to meet them. You can be like, yo, security, can you get this guy away from me?
Yeah.
Like, we all know that it's just step by step, build relationships, grow. But in business, for some reason, we can't understand that we can't just go get it right then. There's levels, and content's no different.
Yeah. I love that, man. I love that analogy too. That doesn't get talked about enough, where it's like people go to social and they think it's just okay to sell. Would you walk into church and hold a banner up selling whatever? No, you wouldn't. Would you go into Walmart? Yeah. No, you wouldn't. So stop doing it on social. I love
it. It's about the intention of the consumer, not the attention, the intention of the consumer. That's how you know how you can get their attention. If you know their intention, you can get their attention. And so many people are focused on attention. Yeah, but what's the intention of where they're even at? You know, we have an ad that runs at our local movie theater. And we're going to be launching, I think we're going to be launching it in June. And it's focused on the fact that they're sitting in a movie theater. If I ran that ad on YouTube, it wouldn't make much sense. You know,
I love that line. If you know their intention, you get their attention.
If you know their intention, you can get their attention. Absolutely. Woo. I just made that up. I'm put that on a shirt.
I'm tweeting that. I'm just going to warn you right now. I'm tweeting it.
I love it.
Zach, who's your typical target audience? Like when you're speaking, who are you speaking to?
So if I'm speaking, I have 2 different ideal avatars. If I'm speaking to my real estate facing audience, my consumers, buyers, sellers in Delaware, I speak to Eric. Eric's a 29-year-old guy. He's been married for 7 to 10 years. He has 1 kid with another on the way. He just got into his 2nd career. It's going to be more of his career, and he's thinking about upgrading his home. That's who I'm talking to in that regard, and that's why content's so easy, because I know exactly who I'm talking to, and I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. But if someone else is like, "Oh, you're not for me," that's cool. You're not Eric. That makes sense. The side of the real estate side, that's a little bit more maneuvering. But when I'm speaking to realtors specifically, I'm speaking to me. What would I have wanted to hear when I didn't know what to do? Like, what tactics would I have wanted to walk away with? And I think that and when I practice, and like I've been in this hotel, you can ask my boy Austin, I've been practicing 3 different talks because I have like 3 different talks this week, like 18 times. He's pissed from having to listen to them all. But the big thing I would say is, you got to have a specific person that you're talking to. And that's what I would have wanted to have heard when I was a young realtor, because I didn't know that. But you really got to focus on one person. And then when you focus on one person, the #1 answer is, or response is, well, what about everyone else? I don't want to miss on everyone else. Well, if I'm focusing on luxury sellers, I'm going to miss out on luxury buyers. Like, it's just always something. And I bring up another analogy is of, what if I had a megaphone in the middle of Times Square? 2,000 people walking around, for all argument's sake, let's say everyone can hear me the exact same. If I say, hey, you. I'll probably get a couple of people that look over their shoulder like, who the hell is this weirdo? Keep walking forward. Nothing's going to happen. I say, hey, you guy. I'll probably get some guys that maybe more now that turn around and like, yo, what is this dude's issue? But then if I get down to, hey, Nick in the white t-shirt, there's going to be like 6 Nicks in a white t-shirt that are going to fully turn around and start walking toward me and be like, who are you? Now, of course, in this situation, it's kind of like the person in Walmart that's walking up to you saying, can I help you? It's going to be kind of weird. It's a weird analogy. But the point is, the more specific I am with my ask and my deepness, my depth on the you, the more dramatic the reaction is going to be. People want to say, hey, thinking of selling? Like that doesn't work. Why not start off with number one? How about saying you in a more specific term? Your area, your state, your city, a neighborhood. Thinking of selling? How about saying, so are you starting to think about selling for the first time and the anxiety starting to creep up in you? That's an ad that I ran, did super well. Take that line, because you know what I did? I said you, and then I talked about something they were feeling that they hadn't talked about. And that's when they're like, oh, this is creepy. Why am I seeing this?
Solving pain.
That's funny.
Yeah. It's like, those are the things that make people say, oh, Siri must be listening to me. I was talking about how stressed I am last night. No, I'm just a very specific you. And 90% of them will say, no, that's not me. That's cool. I only want the 10.
Yeah. Love that.
Do you practice your hooks and do you write them out and do you alternate between them or do you just go off the fly?
I don't write hooks. I will definitely practice hooks, especially before a TikTok video. I've gone through it before, but title and hook are the two things I'm super strategic about before I shoot a video. Is the title being, what's the first thing that's going to jump out to this consumer? Mm-hmm. And then what's going to be their alignment with it? Like, for example, I could see an article on 7 ingredients you'll need to cook the best pizza of all time. And it could be a great article. Could have been one of the best articles ever written about eating or creating a great pizza. But the title doesn't entice me because I don't cook. I make Pop-Tarts and waffles if I'm making food for myself, or I get DoorDash. I'm not making food. So that title helps that person. Because if I went into that article, I'm going to look at it, read one sentence, and bounce. And bouncing is terrible. Drop rates are awful. Low watch rates are awful. So I only want the people who understand what I'm about to talk about on the video. Otherwise, I just have high click-through rate with a low watch rate. And if there's any YouTubers out there, that's bad. Yeah. And then the hook, that is the first 3 seconds pretty much all culminated of what am I going to do that's going to separate myself from the video they saw above me and the video they're about to see and get them to lift their thumb off the screen and give me the time of day.
Yeah.
And that can be done in a plethora of ways. I don't normally write them down. I definitely study, but I don't write them down. I'll say them a few times. One thing about me that I don't tell a ton of people, I think I told you last year when we were on a podcast, but I shoot every podcast or every TikTok at least twice. I'll run through the entire thing and then I'll delete it and do it again. And then sometimes I'll do it a third time. And the second time's always better. Every single time.
That's so true. Interesting. I've started to do that recently and I'm like, damn, the second one is so good.
Always better because you get through all the thought process in the first go around where you're thinking of why, okay, I say it this way. Okay, then I'll line in a joke here and then this should be that angle. And you go through all that the first time. And then the second time it's just like, all right, let's just do it now. Like now I know what to do. Now just do it. And that's why I think it ends up being better and feeling more natural and authentic because now I'm not thinking as much.
By that time, you've got a good hook at that point. You're like, this is the hook too, or this is how I'm going to lead. It just feels more natural.
Dude. Yeah, dude. And I've been 45 seconds through a minute long video, said something like, oh shit, that should be the hook. Delete and go back through it. I'm like, oh, this should be it. This is going to make people want to watch. Because I get to the end, I'm like, why would I say that at the end? I'm going to say it at the beginning. And then I'll finish it at the end.
That's true. That's true.
My dude, guys. So let me ask you, man, we got to wrap up. Yeah. Where is the best place for someone to connect to you? Obviously, we're on TikTok. We're talking about TikTok today, but what's the best place to connect with you? They didn't get their question answered. Where should they find you?
Instagram. And my only plug for the day is I run quarterly masterminds. I do have some courses. You wouldn't be interested in them. They're about Facebook ads. So nothing to do with short form content. and working on some short form content stuff. But I love masterminds. I love this stuff. Question, answer, rebuttals, retorts. I love all that. So I am doing a mastermind in March. Message me on Instagram if you want to be a part of it. It's $500 a seat. I only do that because I want people that are actually going to be there every week and actually have some interest in it. So if you're interested, just DM me on Instagram, say, hey, I want to be in the mastermind. Other than that, man, that's the best place to connect. I love answering questions. I love seeing content. So I would love to follow you, see what you're putting out there. You can hit me up, say, hey, what do you think about this video? Do you hate it? Do you love it? Would you throw it in the trash? And I will be honest with you, do not ask for an audit of your profile if you aren't prepared to cry. I will tell you what I love, and I will also tell you what I absolutely despise. So yeah, that's really about it. Or OnlyFans, and that's about it.
Dude, I love it. Thanks for your time, Zach.
There's a bunch of people from Vegas or in Vegas that live in Vegas that are there right now, and Zach is there. So you know what? Go DM him on Instagram, and
hey,
he'll buy you a drink.
All right, gentlemen. Appreciate you as always. See you guys,
brother. Take care. All right, we're gonna wrap up in about 10 minutes, but first we're gonna bring a couple people up here as panelists. We're gonna bring Tonya up from BrandFace. We're gonna bring Michelle up from Instagram Power Method. We want to ask them a couple of questions, so hang tight. Would you continue to put the links to the event, links to BrandFace, links to Business Video School, links to Instagram Power Method in the chat, so anybody who's left here, they can make sure that they grab a hold of that. Tonya, welcome. You've been here all day. We appreciate you.
I was muted.
Yes,
Hi there.
You were. I want to ask you two things. Number one, what was your biggest takeaway today?
The content repurposing was big, but I think knowing your avatar, because that's really where it all starts. Like, how do you even know what kind of content to create unless, first of all, you know who it is you're trying to attract with your content, whether it's professional driven content or personal. You're trying to attract certain personalities that are kind of like you, and I think that's the biggest takeaway. There were a lot. I took so many notes from today, and every guest was fantastic. Probably my favorite thing was what Zach just said, which is, if don't ask for an audit of your profile unless you're prepared to cry. Don't ask for an audit of your brand unless you're prepared to cry either, right?
I'm guilty.
So funny. So funny.
I loved every second of it, guys. Thank you so much for putting this on.
I love it.
Being on. What and a sponsor.
Yeah, that too. And so that's one thing I want to ask you, and then we're going to go over to Michelle's real quick is, we've been talking about branding and BrandFace all day, and we showed a bunch of your stuff. Is there anything you want to add to what I blabbered on about?
I would say, we've talked a lot today about not salesy driven content, but a lot more, personal, kind of getting people to know you and then nurturing that relationship, and I do want to say that one of the biggest pieces of content and most visited, most viewed piece of content ever goes way back for me in the beginning of BrandFace. It was actually a blog post I did about my dad. It's called The Strangest Branding Conversation Ever. We were on a drive from Cincinnati to Columbus, Ohio after my son's volleyball game. And he was telling me that he was pointing a billboard saying how he had always envisioned living on the platform in between the billboards. I'll let you guys go read it. It was hilarious. And it all linked back to branding. It was what it was all about. So I think that at the end of the day, there's a lot of content that can be done that's personal, that shares personal things, but also has this little hint, this little link to what you do every day for people and how you help them. Yeah. So I think I'd just like to leave with that. And I've enjoyed it so much. Thank you very much, guys, for bringing such awesome content.
Thank you. And just give everybody the best place to go. I know we've said it multiple times.
I'll do it.
Thanks, Tonya.
Thank you.
Say it too. It's discussyourbrand.com, right?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I thought you meant just type it in.
No. Say it.
I'm catching up with the class. Discussyourbrand.com. And it's
love it.
brandfacestar.com if you want to learn more. There's a couple of different programs. You can get right to them. But if you're ready to talk about it, discussyourbrand.com. That's all it is.
One of the
Thanks,
most
guys.
underrated things about marketing that nobody's talking about. Thank you, Tonya. We appreciate you.
You bet, guys.
Okay, Michelle. Hello there, dear. I see you passed off a baby, evidently. Yeah.
Yes, hubby got home and passed him off. And I think the last time we did this, right, I think I was very pregnant. And we were almost like, please don't go into labor while I'm on this with you guys.
Yes.
And Knox is 5 months old today. So it's crazy.
So we helped London get 4 million followers. We helped Michelle produce a baby. We're just going to take credit for this. Cheers.
Love it.
Cheers.
I have mine too. Tristan,
Michelle, I know
think
you weren't on. I know
Tristan
you weren't on the
might-
whole day. I know you weren't here the whole day, but what was your biggest takeaway from where you were on?
Yeah, I was on 3/4 of it. I just had a couple calls in between, but the biggest thing for me is something that I feel like I say a lot, but hearing so many other powerful players in the game say it just reiterated what, my confidence in the way that I deliver it. And it's that people hire faces, right? People hire people that have personality, and people also hire people that have the authenticity and the confidence in themselves to be really authentic, right? And what I mean by that is showcasing the personal side of things. And I think it might have been Zach that said it, where he just like gets on and records dumb shit, right? And London was talking about getting on and recording about hot dogs, right? And people, I think a lot of times people overthink the material that goes out so much that they end up not producing anything. And listening to everybody talk about that, it's like, just get on and be real. And guys, if you love dogs, then talk about dogs. And subliminally, I think Tonya just said it, subliminally talk about the fact that you're in real estate or that you do X, Y, and Z. But don't lead with that. And I feel like I heard that in one way or the other from every single one of our speakers. So it was cool to hear that.
I love it. I'm going to go back to something London said in the very beginning, which was Instagram's a hell of a lot harder than TikTok. And he's right. And immediately, of course, I was thinking of you and I was like, oh man, she's got to be jumping through the screen right now. What are your, because, you specialize. I teased you while we were talking about that, about not being on TikTok, but that's probably a strategy. It is a strategy. You really are hyper-focused on where you're focused. And so talk about that, and B, just about Instagram and what you help your clients do.
Yeah. So my strategy, guys, I mean, the reality is that there's so many things in the social media space that we could do, right? We could go do YouTube. We could go do Facebook. We could go do groups. We could go do TikTok. We could do LinkedIn, right? And the true reality is if we try to do all of those things all the time, unless you have a ton of help, you can't do any of them well. And my premise is that I love Instagram. I love the relationships that I've built on the platform. Is it easier to build relationships than on TikTok? I actually think it is. I think relationship building on Instagram is way easier than TikTok, in my opinion, right? And I'm not saying TikTok isn't awesome, but for me, Instagram specifically is all about leveraging the virtual relationship and being able to be personal in that process and staying in my lane, right? And the reality behind the Instagram Power Method and what I do is that it transcends any industry. It's about making better content. It's about serving your people. It's about giving your people what they need and giving your people you, because your people need you, not your logo, right? And doing that on Instagram really, really well. We talked about repurposing. Multiple people talked about it, right? Turn that content into multiple different or put it on multiple different other platforms. But I just love Instagram. I love it more than anything. And I think it's a really, really powerful tool yes, it's oversaturated, which a lot of people like to say, but I also think it's undersaturated with people that are doing it well.
Well, I think it's a lot easier to connect on Instagram through DMing people. It's just a lot more open than TikTok. Right. And that's why TikTok also has that little Instagram button. You can just click there and then DM people directly. So it makes a lot of sense. I agree with you, Michelle.
Awesome. Yeah. What was your other question, Jeff? Sorry, I might have missed the second half of that.
Sorry, I muted myself. That would, no, you got it. You covered it. You covered everything. The last thing I would just ask you to tell everyone is reiterate where they can connect with you. If you want to grow your business through Instagram, like this is the person that you need to be talking to. So how can they get on your schedule?
Yeah, the number one thing would be, jump on my calendar link. I think Ian's been putting it in the chat box for everybody, and I can do it again. But the fastest and the best way to get a hold of me is on Instagram, sending me a DM there. And it is me that responds to every single message. I'm actually recording a podcast episode on that, to be continued, but about the power of you being the one responding to your own messages and not outsourcing that. So DM me on Instagram, Berman Media Social, and then, shoot me or jump on my calendar link. I do have a brand new masterclass that's just released last Monday. So it's completely brand new. Super high value. It's about an hour and 20 minutes. So I think, I don't think it was Zach. It might've been somebody before that, but they said, give away all of your best information for free. And that's what that masterclass is for me. It's everything that's in my brain in an hour and 27 minutes.
That was Austin. Austin said, give everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go get that. Go sign up and just put it in the chat. Go grab that. That's what this is all about. And then, you know what, listen, if you want to take it one step further, that's up to you. Then you can pay if you want. And Tristan and I feel the same way about it. Like if you want to take things to the next level, it's up to you. If you want to get a bunch of free stuff, fine, go get it. It's there. But Michelle, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being such a great supporter, a sponsor, everything. She puts out great content in the Drunk on Social group. So go check her out there. But obviously the best place to follow her is on Instagram, of course. And thank you for being here. We're gonna wrap up and we'll be in touch.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
You betcha. Tristan.
Dude.
I gotta pee really bad.
We did it. You didn't use your pee cup.
No, I didn't.
All right.
I just have one question, Tristan.
What's up?
What do I get for dinner when I come to Santa Barbara?
I think we're probably gonna go to they have really good Mexican food there. I think we're going to do Mexican. I don't know where though exactly, but it's going to be really good.
Are you going to buy me a cocktail?
I'm going to buy you coffee.
Okay. I like coffee too. I drink more coffee than cocktails. That's fair.
I want you awake the next day.
Appreciate that. I appreciate that. So we mentioned this multiple times. Obviously, go to the Drunk on Social Facebook page. You'll get into our newsletter as a result. Our newsletter is just all values. So go check that out. Sign up for that. And I think the last thing, Tristan, that I will say is that subscribe to our podcast. We are going to do a recap of this entire thing, and then we're going to repurpose it. So you're going to be able to find this. Obviously, there's going to be tons of notifications and whatnot and posts in the group, but follow our YouTube channel. You'll get this entire thing. We're going to repurpose it to the podcast. So if you already listened to our podcast, you're going to get each one of these individually, plus a recap first. So there's a lot of stuff. I know it's a little overwhelming, but we're trying to meet you where you want to be. So if you're a podcaster, if you're a Facebooker, if you're Instagram or TikToker, where are you? We're there. Go follow us, give us love, engage us. We love you and we'll show you love back. So thank you, especially to those 110 that are still here. God love you. If you were here for all 4 hours, you deserve a medal. We appreciate you. What
was your favorite?
Glennda.
That was, you know what? I had a few people tell me that too. I really liked Glennda too. But
they were all so different. And, we put a lot of thought into this, and we will every time is trying to get different versions and differentiation of people and where they come from and how they do things. What was yours?
I still like London, man, because it just shows you the possibilities of going all in.
Yeah.
Right.
I was
no reservations,
yeah.
All in. Mm-hmm. Here we go. Now he's talking to Disney and Hulu.
Yeah. He's on another level, but it's fun to watch. And then the Austin and the Josh too, with how they're educating their audiences and winning as a result. And so many of you, every single one of you on here today can emulate that. You find your own niche, you find the own thing you can talk about in perpetuity, and you build and create content around it, and you're going to absolutely win. And And of course, Zach, I mean, Zach just entertains the hell out of me. And he and I, by the way,
such a good guy.
We met on Clubhouse. So anybody who says Clubhouse was a complete waste, I'll tell you it wasn't, because I met Zach Foust on Clubhouse. That's one of many relationships that I've built as a result of Clubhouse. So,
dude, love that. All right, buddy. Thank you. We finished on time. We started on time. Holy cow.
Pigs must be falling from the sky.
Oh, I love it. All right, man. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. We love you. Follow us on Instagram, on everywhere. Just go follow us.
See ya.
See ya.